Good evening once again from Jeddah. It's night 3 of the World Pool Championship, and we're looking forward to bringing you Albin Ocean and Johan Chua here in Jeddah. It's a big evening. It's been a big day already. A few close calls along the way as the players just play their practice racks ahead of this. Still a race to 9. And by the end of the night, we'll have our 64 players left, Carl.
Judgment Day here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for this year's World Pool Championships. He's a two-time former champion of this event who's got a test here if he's going to try and lift the title for a third time. He's got a tough match against Johan Chua.
Yeah, we saw Chua, of course, he was beaten by Jason Shaw on the main table earlier. Albin Ocean beat Khalid Al Otabi 9-2, having, of course, lost 9-8 to Fu Chao Wei initially. Everyone's been saying the event's wide open. I mean, if Albin Ocean were to lose tonight, is that a big upset?
Do you know what? I think in any pool tournament like this, whether it's a 1-8 or a 2-5-6, when you're playing double elimination to a certain point, I've played it enough of them to know, certain tournaments you feel like you get a decent enough draw where it's hard to say this, but without sounding disrespectful to certain players, but you fancy the job. This match here that we're about to commentate on, it's just two of the stronger players on the circuit, a bit like Carlo Biardo going out when he lost to Dan Jinhu. Of course, Dan Jinhu is the current Spanish Open champion. It's just unfortunate as where, if you do look around the room, there are matches where I'm sure Albin would hand pick the opponent. It's just the way it's fell, I'm afraid.
Well, it's going to be a fascinating evening all around. We'll keep you up to date with the scores. Of course, Imran Majid and Chris Melling are on the main table. That's being televised. You can watch streaming on this table and table 2 across Matchroom's YouTube channels, Matchroom Pool, Matchroom Multisport.
Thank you.
There's also a junior event that's going on as well. Great for the youngsters to be here alongside the top players in the game.
Yeah, they're just playing on 4 tables just in front of myself and Dave. I actually quite like sitting over here, Dave, and keeping an eye on some of these juniors, because obviously they're not very tall, some of these, but there's some talent, let me tell you.
Yeah, we were watching a couple earlier actually, and you can see sort of some natural talent as well, just the way they strike the ball.
Yeah, a couple of left-handers that I've spotted.
Yeah.
To get down, seem to aim and just keep firing the ball in. Talking about playing in the same arena, the final of the Saudi Junior Championships will be played on the 7th of June, live on Matchroom Pool YouTube, so they'll play in one of the arenas. That'll be a nice touch for the juniors.
Yeah, terrific. But this is very much the seniors, and of course it is, as we've been saying, a race to 9. Big night here all around this arena at the Green Halls. Austria versus the Philippines.
Yeah, if you're wondering why we've not lagged off yet or started, we always wait for the TV table to kick things off. Then all the other tables. Will get underway. I think a result's just come in now, Dave. I think Oscar Dominguez might have just got beat.
Yeah, 8-7 by Tolian Han. Yeah, that was quite a long match, because that started quite a while ago. Right old battle. Sorry, 9-7, obviously.
Yeah, it says 8-7 on the scoreboard, but they've shook hands. They've They've unscrewed the cues, and I was watching from the presentation area because Oscar Dominguez at 7-all was on a 9-ball. It was a tricky one in the side pocket and he missed it to go 8-7 up, so he'll be distraught. Come into this event with a bit of form as well, did Dominguez, and obviously with so many ranking points up for grabs, the Americans are desperate to pick up points to try and get in that Mosconi Cup team. Okay, we're going to get things underway. TV table has started. That's why you can hear the clatter of balls. Well, that was unfortunate. At first, when he got this kick, I didn't think it was going to go in.
Well, it's given Albin Ocean a chance just to get going immediately here. Just try and relax a bit, dispel a few early nerves. I'm sure are there, even for one of the greats of the game.
Ooh, is that a sign of things to come? Albin Ocean missing an easy ball into a big pocket up the rail.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying dispel the nerves, but maybe they're still there. You can understand it, but I'd be really annoyed. Ball in hand.
Didn't leave a pot, so Johan had to play safe.
Yeah, I mean, the World Championship, obviously everyone wants to do well, but now it's really taken a step forward. It's been elevated with the prize fund. Just add in a bit of prestige, and of course pressure goes with that to everybody, including players that won it before.
Yeah, that man right there, Albin Ocean, the only player to ever play in 4 World Finals. He's won 2, lost 2. He's beat Shane Van Bonen in the final, and he's also lost to Shane Van Bonen in a final. He beat Omar Al-Shahid, and he lost to Niels Fayen. So 4 finals, and that's since 2014. So that just shows you how consistent Albin Ocean is. But he's getting away with a bit here so far. This is 9-ball though. You can almost sometimes play a few ropey shots and it not actually do you any harm, because back-to-back shots here he's got away with. This looks to be a tricky shot actually. If he can come off the left edge and spin the cue ball around, he will. Yeah, that's what he's played. Oh, this is nice. What a safety shot he's played. I like it. I like it a lot. Possible kick shot off the top rail near that pocket. We left it English. Looks like the cue ball can find that gap. Yeah, there's the kick. He's left a pot though. It's not easy, cue ball on the rail. It's didn't know. It's also a lot thinner than that. You know, it was Albin's sort of thrown the rack away a little bit.
Yeah, remember he had ball in hand on the 2. Missed the 3.
Yeah, that's not going to bode well at the World Championships, is it? Ball in hand and you pot 1 ball. Imran Majid did take the opening rack over in that match between the 2 Brits. Chua seems to be in a prime position now to win the opener. Talking about a clash between 2 Brits, Dave, there's a clash between 2 Greeks. Nikos Ikonomopoulos is playing Alexander Kazakos to qualify for the final 64.
Yeah, all friendships set aside for now.
Also another big match to keep an eye out, quite surprising because we're so used to seeing him on one of the stream tables. Fedor Gorst, he's playing Kyle Amorotto.
Yeah, there's also a classic youthfully experienced Carl Naderberg against Ralph Souquet.
Oh wow, what's the age gap there? I bet that is the biggest age gap match we will see this year, Dave.
I think, I had to check, it's certainly over 30 years, 32, 33 years or something. Yeah, really interesting dynamic. I'm sure Naderberg, well, he's just won the first rack actually. I was going to say I'm sure he's excited to play Souquet, but of course he also wants to beat him. Meanwhile, Johan Chua continuing towards winning the first rack. So, yeah, Albin Ocean, ball in hand, didn't make the 3. Vastly experienced, of course, but a little unsettling. And it's Chua who takes the rack out. A lot of interest in all the matches here this evening. It's a big night, as we've been saying, as we go down to 64 tomorrow. So just to reiterate, you can watch the main table, of course, on various TV channels, including Sky in the UK, tables 1 and 2, streaming on Matchroom Pool, YouTube and Matchroom Multisport. You watch probably more pool than anyone other than Phil Yates, Cole, but tell me this, an event like this in a massive arena, massive money, are you itching kind of to be out there?
Do you know what? I'm never usually itching to be out there, but I would have liked the opportunity to play in this event, but the position I find myself in and where the tour's at, it's hard to justify getting in it, so that's the problem I've got. But of course, let's say 4 weeks ago, if somebody said, do you want a spot, I'd have of course said yes, and I'd have put some practice in, but obviously I understand why it was not possible, but yeah, you know, when I'm not itching in the sense of, oh, I'm sat here thinking, oh, I want to be out there playing, but just, you know, I played for that long. I've been, you know, retired for quite a few years as well, but it seems a bit crazy when I actually sit down and think the fact that we've got $1 million pool tournament. I've been crying out for it for all these years and I'm not playing. Good break there though. Pots the one in the side. I don't know if he can pot the two. Well, actually, I believe he can, Dave. I think he can get through to that ball. And this could make that missed ball from Albin even worse. Of course, Stuart's got to pot this two. It's a bit tricky. It's a similar kind of route the two balls going to take up the rail, actually. Bit like this afternoon, Dave, where we were talking about the start of the match between Appleton and Ko Bin Chung. Well, Albin had a glorious chance in the opening rack and he's made a mess of it, and now Chua's got a chance of a break and run to win the opening two. These little swings and these little roundabouts are huge.
Yeah, and it doesn't take much to turn these matches. We just saw, of course, Mario He, Ocean's compatriot, turn it round with his opponent. Doing very little wrong, actually. Alawadi. Just a couple of small incidents here and there made the difference.
Yeah, Johan Chua won his first match Hill. He actually should have got beat, or could have got beat. And then he had to play Jason Shaw in the winners qualification. He got beat. Now he's facing Albin Ocean. It doesn't really get much tougher, does it? A little bit short of pace, this. It's actually quite a lot short of pace. Should have been way high up the table. Yeah, he's just playing this plain ball. Just make sure you try and pop this. Cue ball should land on the 8. It's thin though. Yeah, nice, good pot. He knows the pockets, playing quite generous. They are 4 inches, but we're seeing balls slide in that they definitely wouldn't have been sliding in at the UK Open.
I guess the draw he's had as well, it's focused his mind. He's not sort of looking ahead too much. He's just thinking about each match as it comes. Seen before now in the snooker world, you see players sort of working out who they're going to play in the quarter-finals. You know, it's round 1, and that always backfires, always. This then for a 2-rack lead. Nicely done. The key moment, though, undoubtedly was the start of the first rack when Albin Ocean had ball in hand and potted the 2, missed the 3, That was his chance to set his stall out tonight.
Yeah, and what that means is he'll be sat in his chair, and believe me, he'll still be thinking about the first rack. I know everyone says just forget about it, it's the past, but it just feels impossible to forget about it. You know, we're in such a huge tournament. Imran Majid has took rack 2 over on the TV table.
A lot of experience there, isn't there, between those two? A lot of years put in. Alex Pagulayan 2-1 up on Dimitri Djungo.
Okay, the yellow 1 ball in the right centre. That's what he's trying to do. That's what he's done. It's one of them funny pots up the long rail again. Third time we've seen this type of route the ball's got to take. Cue ball's near the rail. But if he pots it, he should land on the red 3 ball. The pot.
We're turning back time there. It wasn't us.
Yeah, we're good. We're not that good.
But whatever. He didn't pot it.
Yeah, for a second I thought Chua was going to have another go at that. After he hit it, he knew he'd missed it, so I just put the balls back. You can see how low he's hitting on the cue ball. I think he's trying to get this cue ball moving back. Oh no, look at this, Dave. Look at this. I'm not joking when I was saying he's been in 4 finals. He's just not hitting the ball how he wants at the moment. He's going to be kicking at the red 3 now. I actually thought he was going to go forward with a cue ball. I think he had a bit of an angle and then played the red 3 in the bottom right corner. Anyway, make sure you hit the ball here, Helbin, otherwise you'll be 3 down.
Yeah, he's having to recover here because it was a chance he might not have got, of course. Chua wasn't bound to miss the 2 and leave him an opportunity, and straight away it's gone wrong. The single rail and the 2 rails he didn't seem to like either.
Yeah, it was a good hit, but he's not going to get away with it. Some days you get away with it, some days you don't. I always like it when they don't get away with it, when they played a bad shot. It used to wind me up when they got away with it after a bad shot, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, he was hopeful to cover the 3 balls in that area of the table, not to be. bit of a slow trudge back to the seat as well.
Yeah, Johan Chua, good pot. He's now got the gap. Couple of shots to get right. But Chua's one of them players, you know, you have certain players, don't you, who are grinders. They grind their way through matches and tournaments. That's just their style of play. And you have other players who are fantastic frontrunners. Chua is one of them, and Albin knows that. He does not want to let Chua start flying in this match.
Yeah, it's bad enough if your opponent's playing good stuff, but when you're helping them, it's tough to take in Ocean at the moment. No, it's early days yet, but it's not, the body language isn't good.
Very good at this shot. Draws the cue ball back above the middle and then kind of arcs it down table. Here comes a cue ball, it's plump. That will do nicely, and he's got an angle. Two rails forward. Again, that is perfect. Little angle, a little bit of left English, come down for the 8. It's looking like 3-0 this one.
According to the song, 3 is the magic number, but not for Albin Ocean in this match. He missed it in the first rack after ball in hand. On this one, finished covered on it, left it from the escape, and it's going to be 3-0, assuming he knocks this in. So a nightmare start for Albin Ocean, but Johan Chua has done his side of the bargain. 3-0. Already you feel a good lead, not just the score, it's how he's got there, the way it's happened.
Yeah, fully agree, Dave. What a nightmare start in this match. You know, Albin Ocean, he'll have been building up to this match, he'll have been thinking about it all day, preparing himself, he'll have been in the practice room, and you come out, you lag off, you have an opportunity in rack 1, and you make a mess of it. Now he's 3 down, and he's 3 down against one of the top young talents from the Philippines, a man who's won in a big arena where the Philippines won the World Cup of Pool with his buddy James Aranas. And he's a huge front runner as well.
You can see the body language there, the annoyance, the legs crossed, sort of touching his face. Got to, well, obviously hope he gets a chance. He's not guaranteed to, but if he does, got to try and pull all that to one side. Not easy, but he's got bags of experience. But of course it doesn't help that Chua is playing good stuff. 3-0 then. Race to 9, remember. Are we going to lose one of the biggest names here on this big evening, night 3 of the World Pool Championship?
Gonna have a shot at the blue too. Everything then starts to come a bit easier, even the break. You can put this in the corner. I'm wondering if the cue ball is going into the brown 7, like clipping it thin. If it is, that takes the pressure off the blue 2 because you can play it quite soft. It's hard to see where the brown 7 is from here, but let's just say the cue ball was going into it to clip it and pot it, and there's no real pressure on the 2. You can play it soft. If you miss the 2, it stays over the pocket. He played it quite hard. Yeah, so he did go into the brown 7. I can only think the brown 7 was touching the rail, so it didn't pot. So he's nudged it off. Cue ball's near the rail, but because of the middle pocket, you can get your cue in there and it sort of feels okay. Yeah, you see how he's jacking down on the ball? So from where his hand is to the cue ball, it'll feel okay, this. Oh, it was a little wide. It was a big chance. He got away with it, that he's not left it, but listen, the way Albin Ocean has started this match, he'll just be happy to get back to the table, Dave.
Totally, you got to be happy with any mistake from your opponent. Okay, not left him in as you say, but just happy to see for once a slip up from Chua, and he'll hope that maybe he will dwell on that, or at least it'll dent his confidence a little bit.
Safety. Oh my word. Albin Ocean is one of the best safety players on tour, Dave. That is a shocker. It really is. He's left the 3 over the pocket. He's hit the 6 full ball. If there's any good news though, the 6 has gone and kind of covered the pink 4. So at least Chua's got to play a good positional shot.
Even so, I bet Ocean wishes he could do what we sort of inadvertently did earlier, which is turn time back and start the match again. Get back to when he had ball in hand in the first rack.
Yeah, can we just go back to 7 o'clock and start the top of the show again? Is Chua going to try and find the gap? He is. Needs this to bounce though. Also, it's a funny situation because obviously Albin knows he's playing bad and he's sat there, he's distraught, rightfully so. He just can't believe how he started this match, but I'm sure Chua feels the same. He's probably thinking this is all a bit bizarre.
Yeah.
Good one. You could see it low on the cue ball. He played a drag shot that kills the cue ball. When you hit it, it slows it down. Fedor Gorsas took the opening rack in that match. Must have been a long rack because every other table they've played 3 or 4 racks now.
Yeah, I think they just started a few minutes late, didn't they? Because that previous match had only just finished. Well, Chua may be surprised at the Ocean performance. He inside will be delighted as well, but he has to keep his foot on the gas because he'll be sensing a massive chance now to pull away in this match. his seat looking deflated. As I say, it's one thing to be outplayed, but to contribute the way he has to this scoreline, that's the disappointment. It shows how difficult the game is, though. You know, we expect a lot of the players, and they deliver a lot as well. But it's tough out there.
Well, we're talking about that match, Dave, as we come on air. It's just tied up at 2-2, Carl Nadenberg and Ralph Souquet. Carl Nadenberg is 18 years of age. Ralph Souquet is 55.
Wow, 37 years.
What about that for a start at the World Championships?
It's a big gap, and so is this. 4-0 to Johan Chua. Yeah, I mean, that's a classic match, isn't it? You know, the old stager, the great champion against the up-and-comer. Brilliant. 37 years. There was a snooker match once, without bringing it always back to that, but Ronnie O'Sullivan in his first season, he was 16, and he played Fred Davis, who was right at the end of his career. He was 78.
Oh, wow.
So there was 62 years between them.
Yeah, that takes some beating. Was that in the World Championships?
Well, no, it was in a it was in a
Okay.
qualifier for one of the. It was when Ronnie's first season, when there was sort of 700 pros.
Right.
Fred was just sort of seeing out his career. He took 2 frames. I think he took 1 frame off Ronnie. So you know, these old uns, they can still do it. I'm not surprised Ocean has left the arena, because he wants to just collect his thoughts here.
Yeah, well said. He had to, didn't he? He just had to get out there, stop this match in its tracks. Completely legal. You know, you're allowed a timeout. I think you're allowed 1 each, or maybe 1 for yourself. But then if your opponent goes, you can also go as well. I think you might get put on the clock. Actually, I'm not actually 100% sure. Obviously, you can't go for 30 minutes. You know what I mean? You can't just disappear and go downtown. He's got to come back. But yeah, he had to get out of here. He had to regroup and maybe go and wash your face. Sometimes if you go in the bathroom, you see the pool players head in the sink, don't you?
Yeah, and maybe just have a look in the mirror and say, come on, look at what you've done in the game, look what you can still do. Let's just try and cool it a bit. Just do the basics right, and there's still time to turn it round. But he's in trouble. No sugarcoating it. 4-0, and of course we'll pick up when he returns. Just a remind, 2-2 Melling and Majid on the main table. Fedor Gorst has gone 2-0 up, and Amoroto. These are the scores for those with good eyesight. But of course you can find them also on the Matchroom scoring site, wntlivescores.com. Tyler Starr 3-1 up against Ragalario. Ocean coming back pretty quickly though to the table.
Well, he's had his time out, he's washed his face, he's come back, he's regrouped. You've got to try and snap out of this, because this is the situation you find yourself in. I always used to tell myself, if I got to a bad start or I was behind in a match, I used to tell myself, well, I'll tell you what, from here, I'd snap your hand off to go 8-8 and take it into the final rack. I would just think, just set a long-term goal like that. He's breaking very good though. Here's Chua. Can see a piece of the ball. purple 5 ball, the green 6 and the pink 4. Just feel like they're the balls that may help him play the hook. May have found a gap. No, he hasn't. He's got the full ball behind the purple 5. Ocean will be kicking. Chris Mellin has just took the lead on the TV table, 3-2. Battle of the Brits, Battle of the Greeks. Well, Economopoulos is having a mare, just like Ocean, because Kazakis has won the opening 4. Ooh, that was close. He stuck it up though. Boy, that was close. What a good effort. He won't be thinking that though, because he knows where the ball has landed. Chua's in. Table 2, Dong Quoc Quan, huge following from Vietnam. He's 4-1 up on Konrad Yushishyn from Poland. What do you do if you're Albin Ocean in this situation?
Yeah, it's been a complete nightmare from start to finish so far.
Needs a bounce. It's looking hard. It's okay. Yeah, it's not ideal in the sense of ball in and pot the 9. He might have to travel round the table now. Ball in and out. Cue ball. Yep, he's got a good shot here. Who'd have thought? Johan Chua with a 9-ball to win the opening 5. He's done this fairly quick and all, probably around 30 minutes we've been playing.
Yeah, and it's a one-man show, frankly, this match, 5-0. 4 more needed, and Albin Ocean, well, for him it's getting worse and worse, and in the last shot he played, you know, on another day, maybe he might have got a kiss, he might have covered it, but it's just not happening like that for him this evening. And yeah, he's just having to sit and take it right now, leaving the arena between racks. Hasn't made much difference. But he knows, and we'll know, that turn back. There could be one shot, maybe a mistake, maybe a bit of bad luck, whatever it is, it can happen, and then he has to be ready mentally to take advantage. But you've got to say, Chua looking confident. He's done very little wrong.
Yeah, and he's breaking well, isn't he? You know, if you keep putting that 1 ball, especially with a lead like this, referee just setting the balls up, put the first 8 on, and then you kind of tighten them up and just roll the back ball on. Yeah, so when Chua breaks, if the 1 ball keeps going in, even if he can't pot the ball, he's getting the first shot at the table, whether it's a safety shot or the push out. So even when you're 5 racks to 0 up in a race to 9, there's less pressure on the push out because you can start to test your opponent a bit more, because you know they're struggling, you know the cue actions. A little bit weak. Yep, he's posted the 1. 2 balls going to come here, you know. He's going to have a long shot. This is starting to get very worrying for Albin Ocean. Come here with high hopes of winning the event. He's looking like he's not even going to get through the first stage here.
Yeah, I said, you know, it can turn on a shot. Well, it's going to have to happen soon, isn't it? No real sign of it in this rack, you got to say. Credit to Chua, though. You know, you can chew over the performance of Ocean, but what mistakes has Johan Chua really made? As you say, his break's been excellent.
Yeah, he's 5 racks. The first rack, Dave, he messed up with ball in hand. Was it? Oh no, then he had a break and run. Then the third rack, if you remember, Chua missed a 2 ball when he tried to rewind the clock and and play it again, and then Albin hooked himself. And then the rack after, he played the poor safety and left it over the pocket. So that's 3 racks really where Albin's had opportunities.
Yeah, and the thing is, Chua, in his own mind, you know, can forget about those small errors because it's not made any difference. Whereas Ocean, you feel, is really dwelling on his.
The flamboyant Filipino pulls such a huge game over in the Philippines. The legend Efren Reyes is known throughout the whole country. You could ask anybody over there, from a taxi driver or anyone in the bars, literally anybody in the Philippines know who Efren Reyes is. That's why there's so many top Filipino pool players.
Yeah, it's a very proud pool land, and they'll be proud of this man right now, who is completely dominating this match against a two-time world champion in Albin Ocean.
Another straight 9-ball for 6 on the spin.
Yeah, he's feeling so good, isn't he? And that's reflected with how he's playing. So Johan Chua marches on and on and on here, and Albin Ocean, that look of, well, slight resignation. 6-0, and of course he's relying on the break going wrong or some mistake after that. It's not happening. Johan Chua is pressing on, and he's only 3 away from a place in the last 64, and Albin Ocean departing on this third evening. I'm sure many people would have had him amongst the top few favourites. But that's why we love sport. You can make all the predictions in the world and study it, the draw and the form guide and all that. It's all about what happens when you get out there on the field of play. And the truth is, anything can happen. And of course, with so many events now, you know, the standard's going to be driven up and up. More and more players with opportunities are going to be producing the goods.
It's all looking bleak. He's breaking well, he's playing well. His opponent has got off to the worst start possible, and in rack 7 he has a shot on the lowest ball on the table. Ooh, okay. I did think that were going to fall. I've seen them slide in. Now, what's Albin Ocean got? Can he turn this match around? Don't know if he can get to the ball or if he has to go rail first. Let's just watch where the cue ball goes. Yeah, he could get to the ball.
Well, there's plenty of supporters in Austria and beyond who would love to see some sort of recovery. Didn't look like it would happen in this rack, you got to say. It was a great break. Sure, just leaving that too short.
Potting the ball where you hit the centre of the cue ball, taking its natural path. I obviously can't see where the cue ball's going to go. It's going towards that middle pocket. If he can hit just before the middle, he can spin the cue ball round the table. If he feels like it's going to scratch straight in the middle, well, he's going to start doing something with the cue ball. Yeah, here it comes, 3 rails, wants this to bounce, needs an angle. I think he's ripping the cue ball back here, you know. Makes the pot a little funny. Has he fluked it? Oh my. I remember a few years ago when Albin was winning some titles, he'd do this quite a lot early on in the event. Not from 6 down, of course, but a few early racks, he'd miss some balls, get away with it, and there he's just had a miscue and hooked Chua. I'll tell you what, if he leaves Chua in over the pocket, and Chua's 7 up with the break, for me he's won the match. So there's still a little bit of something here in this rack, you just never know. Well, what a shot that was. Tough, doesn't need to take this ball on. He could chip off it. And I tell you, I know he's 6 up, but if you chip off the edge of this and leave distance, Albin's in all kinds. You could go for this, rattle it, leave it on. Albin wins his first rack. Yeah, I actually didn't like it. He's actually going to get away with one. Got away with a big one as well, but listen, this match, it's not 6-0 because of that one shot. Albin was in here, he had the miscue, he got fortunate, so both players in this rack getting a bit of lady luck. Possible jump bank, but maybe just get the cue ball on the back rail, try and get the hook. Has he fluked it? Has he fluked it? He hasn't. He's fluked the snooker though.
Yeah, I've been watching him closely. I mean, he actually looks furious, and you can understand why. He knows he can play a lot better than this. You know, his tail when sort of sat, arms crossed. But this rack is not done by a long shot, and you know, obviously if he could win it, he gets the break. You just never know then.
Yeah, absolutely. Seen many a match turn on its head.
Just quickly, by the way, that Carl Nadenberg is 4-3 up on Ralph Suke, so that's a really interesting one out on table 9.
Yeah, Nadenberg 18 years old, Suke 55. Ralph's probably forgot more than Nadenberg knows. Nadenberg comes in that little section of players, that little bracket of players like Albert Manners, the young Filipino who beat Chang Jung Lin earlier on. There's a host of these young players.
Well, surely now or never for Albin Ocean if he doesn't win the rack. Surely not going to win the match. Got ball in hand, of course had it in rack 1, it went wrong immediately.
Well, yeah, if he doesn't win this rack, it might be wise to unscrew the cue and book a next flight.
Well, it's been a difficult night, but the night's not done. He's made some uncharacteristic errors. Had a little bit of fortune covering the 6th the way he did. And needs the 9 to at least stop the rot, stop the whitewash. There we go, 6-1. He's still deep in trouble. He's not playing his best stuff by any means, but he's got the break now in the next rack. So let's see if he can start to apply some pressure, win a couple, just get a bit closer.
Yeah, it has to be said, he was fortunate to win a rack and all, but that's what he's going to need.
Alex Paguline 6-2 up in his match, Federal course 3-2 over Amoroto. And 4-3 Chris Melling on the main table over Imran Majid. So Ocean with the break.
Couple of break and runs and a golden. 6-4, back in the match. It's easy. Good break. It's not a good outcome though. I don't know what it is, but when you're losing heavily, you just, it seems so difficult to get shots off the break, Dave, and run a package. Don't forget this is winner breaks. But just things like this always seems to happen. More so when you have made errors as well.
Yeah, it's like you're being punished by some unknown force.
Yep. Also, when you're in Johan Chua's position in this part of the sport where you've got the option of playing the shot or giving it back, you don't need to push the boat out. If you feel like the shot is tricky and there's not much reward, you should always give it back. I think Chua will play this though. I think he can two-rail the blue 2 down towards the cue ball area. Try and get the cue ball over towards the pink 4. There's a huge section of balls there. Yeah, that shot's definitely on. Two-rail the cue ball back down where the cue ball is. Play it with a little right-hand English, maybe high right on the cue ball. And that'll spin the cue ball over towards the right side of the table. Yeah, here we go. Cue ball. He did lose the cue ball, but he played a great 2. That's why he played that shot, because of them 3 balls in the middle, the 9 ball, the red 3 and the green 6. Got to be careful here, you might scratch in that top left pocket as we look at the table. Yeah, if you don't quite hit that ball full, it wants to squirt over towards the pocket, and it very nearly did. Is there an edge here though? Can you see the point angle? Even if see it, so it's kicked. Chewer's turn. Lucky. Short cue has come out. Let me tell you, you'll fancy this one as well. Yeah, he's got the pot, but he's not got the outcome. Just where is the cue ball? Is it, if it's touching and it's took out the left rail, which it has, it might just be able to go above middle, sorry, with a little bit of spin. Good hit.
Yeah, Chewer amongst those applauding actually. I mean, every rack really is of equal importance, but this one Ocean desperately needs. He's got to try and just peg him back a little. 7-1. I feel it's probably just about done.
He's kicking 2 rails. Yeah, still nothing's really changed in the match in the sense of Albin's performance. He's just getting away with a couple from when he's kicking out the balls. all over the show, Dave. Look at this one. I'm not saying they're easy because you've got to play it with a bit of right and spin, but he's usually so reliable in these situations when it comes to the safeties and the cue ball control. And Albin Ocean is actually the most decorated player on the WNT. He's the player who has won the most titles on the World Nineball Tour.
Yeah, it's pretty humbling, this so far. Quite a crowd has sort of gathered as well, watching. Maybe word's gone round.
Yeah, on the floor and actually around some of the seating in the arena. Okay, opportunity here. Purple 5's tricky. If you remember at the start of the rack, it was the push out from Ocean. He rolled the purple 5 there. I wonder if he can pot the 4 and then maybe play a carom. Could he pot the 4 and try and break the balls out? Let's have a look. Kazakis 7-1 up over his fellow Greek, Economopoulos. Yeah, it's going to be the carom. Grinding away.
Yeah, it's a real effort, isn't it? You can see the effort he's putting in, and he has to stand any chance. The hope is that he'll start to flow a bit. He can start to make it closer.
This Nineball to win the last 2 racks. Not convincing at all, but that doesn't matter. What matters is the scoreline. Albin Ocean has won a couple on the spin.
Yeah, as I say, it's a sort of force of will at the moment, just trying to dig out a couple of racks and try and get himself involved in the match. Not flowing in the normal way, but you know, it could have been 7-1 there, it could have been virtually over. Johan Chan not there yet. 5-4 Naderberg over Suke now. Federal Gorse 4-3 down to Kyle Amaroto. 5-3 Chris Melling on the main table against Imran Majid. Check out all the scores, by the way, at WNTLivescores.com, and also the information on matchroompool.com.
Yeah, that shows you the draw as well, doesn't it? All the possible matches coming up. Ocean to break. Didn't get a shot on the last break, and to play a push out. Yeah, the balls just didn't seem to move there. Let's have another look. Must have all sort of hit each other's bottom corner, wasn't it? They all just kind of bumped into one another, so they didn't fly around the table. Also, Dave, you know, Chua's won the opening 6. He plays quite quick. Ocean a bit more reserved, likes to take his time, and in some ways it can be a bit of a tactic because it just slows Chua down. It almost puts the brakes on him and says, hold on a minute, I'm not letting you just run around the table at your pace. You can sit down there for a few minutes.
Yeah, I mean, that's always an interesting challenge. I think that the different styles players have, the different tempos they play at. Well, I was kind of hoping for the best there, but he's left Albin Ocean an opening.
Yeah, things are just starting to turn a little bit here.
Well, he's needed help. Now, can he, in his own hands, try and just put something together here that reminds us of what a great player he is?
Yeah, good bank shot. That creates this opportunity. Did he get there? He was a little worried, but I think he has done. We told you about Fedor Gorst. He's playing another Filipino, Kyle Amaroto. Gorst is 4-3 down, so he's in for a nervy night over there as well.
Well, that cry is from one of the junior events. Wow.
He made me jump then, Dave. We're sat right next to him.
It's the loudest scream we've heard of the week.
Yeah, I actually know that little kid. He's a little left-hander. He's a supreme talent, let me tell you. And he just won a hill match. And he let everybody know. And why wouldn't you? What a scene.
Brilliant. Meanwhile, Albin Ocean, for a few moments they're overshadowed by one of the juniors, but he stuck to his task and he's won 3 on the spin. And that's more like it. Now, at 6-0, you've got to say, he was having an absolute mare. But Johan Chua knows that it's not done yet. And it was impressive. Started on the bank on the 2. Took out the rest. And, well, we'll see in the fullness of time whether it's the start of a sustained comeback. But, of course, he has the break. And just feel things couldn't have got much worse at 6-0. He was making mistakes and just couldn't get anything going. The can only got better. The question was how much better. So far, so good.
Still in shock over the kid shouting. I nearly fell off my chair.
It's funny because Elliot Sanderson won, didn't he, earlier 9-8, and of course he did his big sort of celebration come on, and a couple of the kids actually, they were practicing on the next door table and they started doing the same just after him. So, you know, they're learning from the top pros.
Well, we've got one of the kids whose nickname we all call him Baby Filler, so now we've got Baby Elliot or Baby Sanderson, or Baby Shouter even. Albin Ocean to break. If he does go on and stage a comeback here, it would be pretty unbelievable the way he's played, and he's very calm, cool and collected. Maybe we'll hear Albin Ocean doing some screaming.
Well, certainly, if on Saturday he ends up with the trophy, you know, we look back to this, think how could it have happened?
Yeah, the young junior who give out the loud roar in the arena is Ali Adnan. And it was a loser's qualification match, Dave, so that's why he is delighted he's made it through to the single elimination.
Yeah, I think it's great. I think it's great they're having the event, and I think it's great they're in this hall with the top players who are, of course, all taking their matches seriously. So why shouldn't the youngsters? Because they want to be in a few years where the Alpen Oceans of this world are. Not 6-3 down, but on one of the main tables. He's given it a lot of thought. He's called the push out.
Big rack now. 6-4 from 6-0 up. Back in the match. 7-3 to Chua. And I believe if Chua wins the rack, he'll walk out the arena, Dave. He'll take his time out and let Albin think about where he's at in this match. Well, Johan Chua with a mistake. Opportunity here for another rack. At one point we were thinking donuts, we were thinking 9-0s.
Yeah, that 7th rack was in the balance, wasn't it? And as you said at the time, when you're 7-0, you surely would have been done by now.
you don't win the amount of pool tournaments that Albin's won without having a good temperament. Doesn't look like he's got a good temperament when he's sat in his chair. But when he's at the table, that's when he has a fantastic temperament. Commentator's curse always seems to strike. I don't know what Albin was saying, but I think he's just in shock what he's done on the red 3.
Yeah, it's the time that it happened, just as things were looking up, just as he was looking to wrest back a bit of control. You saw real frustration there.
I don't know why he played it so hard. On these tables, 4-inch pockets, the only way you can't cheat the pocket and still pot the ball is if you hit it hard. He could have just smoothed it, and he did have the angle, just smoothed the ball in, pocket weight. If you twitch it a little bit because you're edgy, well, it'll hit the rail and fall in the pocket, it doesn't matter. I'm convinced that's what he's saying to himself. I think he's saying, why did I hit it so hard? What am I doing?
Yeah, such a pivotal moment in the match as well.
Huge, Dave. Absolutely huge. From what we've seen, you know, the scoreline, everything, the fact that he'd been just 2 behind with the break, it's just hard to believe what he's just done.
Yeah, and he was starting to look good, that's the thing. And of course his opponent, Chua, would have picked up on that. Sort of in his own mind maybe envisaging, here we go, it's going to be level, I could be out. But suddenly he's thrown a chance.
Yeah, because it was the poor kick shot from Chua at the start of the rack that let Albin in, so was Chua starting to dip a little bit. Your emotions playing 9-ball go up and down like a yo-yo. If you've never actually played 9-ball and you've seen it a few times, and a lot of people, certainly back home in England, they think it's easy, but you know, I've had a table at home for many years, and when I've had people round and they've played it for the first time, they're always like, I can't believe how hard this game is. It doesn't look that difficult.
No, that's because so many of the players make it look easy, of course, because they're so brilliant at it. But even the greats can make mistakes, can struggle, can feel pressure.
Yeah, Chris Melling's not struggling at the minute. He's 7-4 up over Imran Majid, and he's at the table to get himself on the hill. Chua's just getting the cue ball cleaned, because it's one of them shots where he's got to float the cue ball forward off 2 rails, so he doesn't want a heavy contact.
So Albin Ocean was clawing his way back into it, seemed to be improving, but that one miss, you saw his reaction to it, he was absolutely furious, missing the 3. And here is Johan Chua for 7-3. Huge rack, surely the biggest of the match so far, because it stops the Albin Ocean comeback, and well, he's in a big load of trouble again. 7-3 to Chua. He needs 2 more, and he is our winner, and Albin Ocean will be eliminated. Just having a look across the arena, it's 5 each, Carl Nadenberg and Ralph Souquet. They're out on table 9. Table 10, Fedor Gust, 4-3 down to Amoroto. Tyler Stice 6-4 up against Ragilario. Pagiline 8-3 in his match, so he's on the hill A lot of great names, aren't there, on the show tonight. Some more to come later, of course, for this crowd to enjoy. A lot of people enjoy walking around the arena, just dipping in and out of matches. And if on the far side, the tables there, you can sit basically right up next to them and just not only watch the matches, but really get involved and feel the tension and the dynamic between the players who are all here in this, remember, the richest ever World Championship, the richest pool event in Nineball. So that's why various players are feeling the pressure. Albin Ocean up against it, 7-3 down. Johan Chua here in rack 11.
He's going to get a shot on the blue too. It could be double bubble punishment for Ocean. It's not all been doom and gloom for former champions. SVB has made it through to the final 64 undefeated. So has Kopin Yi, Joshua Phillip. Unfortunately, we've had to say goodbye. We've lost Carlo Biardo, former world champion. Defending champion Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, he's still going strong. We've lost Torsten Ullman, a two-time winner. Just how big is that three ball looking like now, Dave?
Yeah, because it was that ball earlier in the match actually that was giving him problems as well, but it was unexpected what happened, and certainly for Albin Ocean, we saw his reaction. He was chuntering something in Austrian. Probably best we don't speak it.
I'm convinced he was saying, why did I hit it that hard? I didn't need to. He had a nice little angle just shoved the cue ball over. He didn't need to hit the rail. The problem is, because he hit it quite hard, the cue ball come off the side rail. If you don't hit the ball clean, it'll just rattle and stay over the pocket, which it did. It's easy said than done though, we've all done it. I've done that loads, you know, been down on the shot and for some reason I change my mind while I'm down on the shot and I don't get back up and I hit the shot wrong or you miss it and you think, why didn't I stand back up? I don't understand what I'm doing here.
Yeah, I mean, it's human error that makes sport so fascinating, isn't it? You know, we all kind of know how it should be done, the players certainly do, but it's actually controlling yourself at the moment. Well, it feels like if he's going to go wrong, it could be here. He's got a slight angle. Doesn't seem that happy with it, though.
Yeah, he does have an angle. Just get anywhere down here on the 8.
Yeah, he doesn't want to talk himself into thinking that, you know, it's gone wrong.
He's only got two options. He'll go forward with the cue ball and round, or he'll draw it back and come on this other side of the 8 ball. Yeah, you see how he's aiming low? So cue ball off 3 rails. Oh, it's close. It's okay. He'll have been a little worried watching that cue ball travel.
So, Johan Chua on the hill with this 9, and Albin Ocean's chances are sinking deeper and deeper into the mire. 8-3.
Yes, it's nearly the final nail. Bad Koi, Johan Chua looked like he was going to be put through the ringer a little bit until Albin Ocean missed that 3 ball. But now he's got a big lead again, a healthy lead.
Just to say, when this match is over, whenever that is, we'll have Hamza Ali against Chang Yulung for you on this table. Albin Ocean hoping that's a while yet, but things looking bleak now for the twice champion.
Yeah, there'll be a decent crowd around for the next match and all, because Hamza Ali is from the Middle East, and we've seen it all week. Whenever he's been playing, he's had quite a lot of support.
Rav Suke in that youth of experience battle is edged in front 6-5 against Karl Naderberg. So here we go. Johan Chua needing one more to knock out Albin Ocean.
3 times we've seen matches end, players winning with a golden break. Boy, would Chua love one here. Well, he tried. He got it moving.
Well, what has Ocean got left? At least he comes to the table. Some area around the 2 is kind of covered.
Played safe because the 2 ball doesn't pop and it's covered. And Chua won't mind this split. He won't mind them being messy because he knows he's going to get visits to the table. Oh, look at the cue ball here. Just look at the cue ball. Is the 1 ball going to set up for a combo? 1-9 combo. I don't know if it's just run that little bit too far. I'm only saying that because if Albin doesn't hit the 1, Chua's got the ball in hand. Good to see Albin tapping the table though, in appreciation. He knows that was a good shot, good safety.
It's a shot that keeps him alive for now. The operative words there being for now. He's in trouble again. Big target, wasn't it? One of those balls there.
Over on the main arena, Melling's 2 balls away from knocking Imran Rashid out of this year's event. Melling will advance through to the final 64 rather, through the loser's side section.
Yeah, slightly different emotion to his first match today when he was furious, wasn't he? In fact, he conceded before his opponent even took the 9 on, yep.
Still all about the blue too, isn't it? But if he can pot this ball and get the cue ball on the bottom rail, he could play a very easy hook. He's actually trying to get through the gap. What a positional shot this is.
That's eye of a needle stuff, that, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it's actually giving him chance for the match now. Okay. It's probably the most people we've seen round any one table in this year's event, isn't it, Dave? There's quite a lot of people.
Yeah, they're sort of gathering as they sense a big story brewing.
Yeah, actually, just this table in front of us, Dave, where Roland Garcia, he's playing Hussein Maroon. There's a lot of people watching that table as well. Maroon is 7-5 up in that match.
Well, the look on his face says it all, doesn't it? There. Fears the worst again.
Yeah, he's still got to play a good shot here, but listen, it's easier. It's easier than 8-3.
The only thing is, I think the last shot he had, he really seemed to build up. You could see on his face, he's thinking, this is massive. You know, this is a massive moment, and almost built it up too much. So, got to just try and just play naturally. I know it's easy to say that, obviously, but not sort of make it into too big a shot. First hurdle cleared.
Just to slow down. Looks like it still cuts to me. Cue ball's obviously running into the 9. Yes, cue ball will actually roll up towards the 5. I just don't know if he can hit it soft enough where the cue ball stops for position. Well, from one world champ, Albin Ocean, who's looking like he's about to exit the tournament, Fedor Gorst another one. He's now 6-4 down. Yeah, this was always going to be the problem. Can he hold the cue ball for the 5? He couldn't.
Ocean hanging on then.
Yes. I think that's all it is though, he's hanging on. I mean, if he does go on to try to win this match, which is so unlikely, might be one of the best comebacks or wins I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, he just hasn't played well enough. That's the brutal truth now. If, as you say, if somehow he does, then every credit to him. But right now, every shot feels like it could be his last.
Don't think he's left the pot. Yeah, we know Chris Mellon has just won over on the main table. If you wonder who is our next match, it's going to be Skylar Woodward versus Max Lechner. If you're wondering where you can watch that match, it's live on Sky Sports. It's also live on DAZN, and if you head over to matchroompool.com, you should be able to find out all the other broadcast details wherever you are watching from around the world. It's been a funny match this. I mean, 8-3, just the 11 racks played. Been playing probably an hour and maybe 10 minutes or so, 15 minutes. No, longer, sorry, 10 past 9. Would you say it started at about 7:30?
Yeah, I think on these outside tables sometimes you do notice the lack of the shot clock, don't you? That, you know, it just slows up when it gets, the pressure comes on.
So about an hour and 40, call it, and we've only played 11 racks. You know, Melin has beat Imran Majid. He's done his interview, and the next two players are in the arena warming up. And don't forget, every third rack on TV we have a break.
Well, that could be it. That could be it. He's overcut the 6. So Johan Chua steps forward, needing these 4 balls for victory. The truth is, Albin Ocean has not produced the goods tonight, and he'll be so disappointed. It started in the first rack, didn't it? Ball in hand, just probably 1 ball.
Yeah, it sounds crazy to think the first rack has been the downfall, but he really did set the tone, because the next rack Chua had a break and run. Then Albin hooked himself, didn't he, when he tried to draw the cue ball back. So then it was 3-0 down, and then you sat in your chair just thinking, can we start again, please? He will have had high hopes coming into this year's championship. As I said, the most decorated player on tour. The only player in the history of Nineball to play in 4 finals. It's highly unlikely it's going to be a 5th this year.
But credit to Johan Chua, who's played terrific stuff tonight. He wasn't intimidated at all. And he is the winner. And Albin Ocean, the twice world champion, is out. He will not be in the last 64. What a win for Johan Chua by 9 racks to 3. He saw it out. It got a bit tense towards the end, but he's got the win. And big disappointment for Albin Ocean. Carl and myself will be back in 5 minutes' time for Hamza Ali against Chang Yulung.
We've seen plenty of perspiration. Now we're seeing inspiration.
Listen to the noise. This is to tie the match up.
It all would have been there for him.
My word!
He's done it!
And it would be the shock of the tournament.
Magnificent, marvellous, magical.
So this is the scene here in Jeddah. It's the World Nineball Pool Championship. There's Carl Nadenberg. He's playing Ralph Souquet. And it's currently 8-6 to Souquet in a race to 9. But Nadenberg with a chance possibly to pull that round. But our next match features Hamza Ali against Chang Yulong, sorry, and of course they've had to wait backstage, and maybe we should keep an eye on what was happening there. It was a very exciting match, of course. Now, Yuan Chuan, who of course beat Ocean, he actually beat Hamza Ali in his first match, but then he turned it round to win his second. Chang Yulong, former World Cup of Pool champion, with Ko Pin Yi. So I guess he starts favourite, but there's a lot of interest in Hamza Ali. He's from Eritrea. A lot of people watching that match the other night against Yuan. So I think he's going to get plenty of support. It's a night where quite a few people have turned up, which is good. Interest building as the week goes on. I'm sure towards the end of the week, the final day, there'll be plenty here. Players get a chance, of course, to have a little practice. Keeping an eye on the other matches as well. Yeah, Ralph Souquet 8-6 on Carl Nadenberg, And Gorst and Amoroto 6-all. Quite a few people gathered around those tables as well. The junior event is continuing. We've already heard one pretty loud celebration from one of the youngsters. Tyler Starr 7-5 up. And they're underway on the main table as well. Max Lechner 1-0 against Skylar Woodward.
Who won the match between Duan Kwok Han and Conrad Yushishun? I know it was Hill.
Yeah, it went off the scoreboard, but hopefully it will be there somewhere. We'll just have a check. Yeah, Conrad won it 9-8.
Wow, I think Duan Kwok Hwan was leading quite a lot in that match as well.
Yeah, this is table 1. The main table is the main table. It's the TV table. This is table 1. Table 2 also streaming, but then there's all the other tables as well. Real bustling atmosphere. It's good atmosphere tonight, isn't it? And the crowd sort of started to gravitate towards table 1 when it became apparent Albin Ocean was in trouble. Adderberg has pulled one back, 8-7 to Suke, so that's a terrific match as well. That is yet to be concluded.
Okay, there's the lag. Hamza Ali will start this match off. He will be breaking first. So a lot of the locals will be watching this match, and they're also watching the match just to the left of this table. That's between Maroon and Garcia. Maroon is 7-6 up.
So once again, of course, a race to 9. Second match of the session on table 1.
Tricky layout here. Couple of clustered areas. Yeah, not easy at all. playing safe. Can't really do nothing else just because of where the ball's lie. Good to see more people in this evening, that pleases me. This is what we've been hoping. We fully expect come near the weekend, of course, and the big matches, you know. The fans will start to pour in, but definitely tonight, Dave, looking around, there's a lot more on the floor, isn't there?
Yeah, and that's the thing, like, unless you've got a real favourite player, you go and sit in the stands. It's good to just be walking around.
Yeah, obviously, I presume this is your first time at a Nineball event. You've not come to one of the previous Open events, but this is what Matchroom do. They put on these type of arenas where you can just sort of walk around. I mean, you would never get this in snooker. They'd be uproar, wouldn't they? Just walking past tables. I mean, has it shocked you?
No, I think it's more suited to pool, isn't it? And even have the music on and everything. It's that sort of game. It's a game where the players are kind of used to noise and a bit of movement. But, you know, if you're a spectator, that's what I would do if I was paying my money. I'd come and walk around. I wouldn't sort of sit, unless I was absolutely rooting for one person. I wouldn't sit in that stand, because you can get really close to the action and you feel part of the matches.
Yeah, I think it's a funny one. I think you either have to have pure silence and everybody still, or the complete opposite, everyone moving around. If everybody's still but one person is moving, you spot them and it does your head in. So the fact that people are just walking around, and there's, like you said, there's background music, and even where the two commentary booths are, we're right on top of tables here, aren't we?
Yeah.
They can hear us. They can certainly hear McMullen, put it that way.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good vibe. It really is. And as you say, it's more so now. More people have turned up, and let's hope that pattern continues as the week continues. Remember, the event concludes on Saturday. So Chang Yulung in the opening rack. Beat Khalid Al Otebi 9-4, and then was beaten by Fu Chaiwei 9-6.
Sanjin Perlovanovic has got himself on the hill. From where he's playing 8-6 now in that match. Darren Appleton, he's out there on table 11. He's just got his match underway. We actually commentated on his match earlier on against Ko Ping Chung. Well, I did some of it. Where he ended up losing 9-0. That must be quite rare to say you've beat Darren Appleton 9-0. And he's lost the opening rack. He's playing Patrick Gonzalez from the Philippines.
So it is first blood to Chang Yulung here on table 1 in our second match of the night. Yeah, because we're just starting out, but there's some matches. Well, in fact, it's just gone Hill, Nadaberg and Suke. So we were talking a lot about that one earlier, and that is 8 apiece. What a thriller! I notice a camera's been set up next to that table, and there's people watching it very intently, as you'd expect. We'll let you know how that one pans out. Will it be the youngster, the 18-year-old, or will it be the oldster, the 55-year-old? And Fedor Gore 7-6 now over Amoroto, so that one coming to the boil as well. That's out on table 10.
Yeah, what a storyline. If you're just joining us, Ralph Suke, 55 years of age, 6-time Masters champion. He's a former US Open champion, former World Nineball champion, Mosconi Cup legend. He's pretty much Mr. European Pool while he's playing a 18-year-old junior player, Karl Nadenberg from Estonia. And it's 8-8, one rack to qualify for the final 64.
Meanwhile, this break is looking good for Chang Yulong.
Yeah, he stands quite high off the cue, does Chang Yulong. He's always done that. Nicely done. Got himself in good position there. Well, Hussein Maroon is playing Roland Garcia. Maroon was at the table to get on the hill. I know you can't see this, but he's just scratched, so that match is going to go 7-7.
It feels like we need like reporters at the table, like Soccer Saturdays. Can send Phil Yates down to table 10. That's what's happening.
Well, yeah, the only problem is I don't think Phil could get around the arena quick enough.
They're underway in that final rack. Nadenberg and Suke. Suke at the table at the moment. We'll let you know, obviously, how that one pans out. Well, this is a confident start, you've got to say. Hit that one nicely. Obviously didn't know exactly what time they'd be playing, but he looks ready.
Another one of these players who plays the cue ball. Very good with the cue ball. He's a great shot maker and all. He's Chang Yulong. His good friend is actually playing on the other table, Chang Jung Lin.
Well, that was a terrific rack from him. Break and run in no time at all, was it? Over in a couple of minutes, really. 2-0.
Yeah, when I say the other table, I mean the other stream table, table 2. Chang Jung Lin. He's playing Mohamed Sufi, last year's runner-up. Sufi won the opening rack over there.
I can tell you Nadenberg is now at the table where Suke was. Can't quite see what he's on. I think it's still relatively early on, I think. Remember, when we start tomorrow, we'll have 64 left in the main event. Junior event has also been ongoing. So, terrific second rack. Let's see what the third has in store.
Cue ball's close to the side, it's okay. Okay as in he's not scratched. Doesn't have a good shot on the blue 2 though. Suke and Nadenberg still playing that final rack. I know both players have been to the table multiple times. Nadenberg has just gone and sat down, so Suke is back at the table. Gone wrong to a degree, hasn't it? I don't know if he's left the cut. Yeah, the overhead makes it look like he can cut it, but it'd be so thin. Hard to keep control of that cue ball. Fedor Gore 7-6 up over Amoroto. He's certainly giving this one a good look.
Well, Suke is on the 7 in that final rack.
Yeah, there's 3 huge screens in the arena, and as we all look up the cameras, I believe from the main table, the main feed have gone over to that match.
Meanwhile, that is a pretty nightmare result for Hamza Ali. Couldn't really have gone worse.
No, it's actually landed perfect for Zhang Yulong.
Well, we saw the first match, didn't we? You know, Johan Chua really piled the misery on early, and Albin Ocean just couldn't respond. He had a mini rally, that's all it was. The full-scale recovery, frankly, never really looked on. And similar could happen here if you could get, 3 or 4 in front early on. Could then just sort of nurse it home. We'll see. Got a great chance for 3-0. As Suke lines up the 9 for victory. And in it goes. So Ralph Suke has prevailed over young Carl Naderberg. There'll be plenty more chances for him to come, of course, in his career. He's only 18. He'd have loved to have won, obviously. But Ralph Suke, an all-time legend, has progressed.
What a story, 55. Still going strong.
I was trying to work out when he was 18, and it was 1986. So it's, that just puts it into perspective. So as I say, that last shot that Hamza Ali played, he would have feared the worst. He was right to. This for 3-0. Zhang Yulong not hanging about tonight. In early control. Bernie Regalario has beaten Tyler Steyer 9-7. The latest result. 8-6 Fedor Gorst now over Carl Amoroto. 7-7 Hussein Maroum and Roland Garcia. cool, isn't he? Just business-like so far, Chang Yulung. Not overcomplicating things.
No, he's a cool operator. Always felt like he was going to have his work cut out in this match, Hamza Ali. Appleton takes a 2-1 lead over Gonzalez. Pelovanovic is still battling it out there. It's now 8-7. Sanjin is on the hill. All-American clash. Billy Thorpe against Jeremy Sosi. Sosi takes the first rack. Fedor Ghost is on the hill. Not quite firing on all cylinders just yet, Ghost. But his last match on the TV table yesterday evening, he grinded out a win. He fought very hard. He's doing the same again. He's 8-6 over Amorotto. Over on table 4. Well, the Jew on table 4, Hunter Lombardo against the only female in the event, Pia Filler. I think he chased the 9 as well there, tried to pop both balls, didn't he? Trying to pop this 2-ball in the top right corner pocket. Didn't get close, did it? Did not get close.
No, already a few sort of signs of annoyance and disappointment. Got to try and get involved here soon.
Yeah, we've seen it in the previous, didn't we? In fact, both matches we've commentated on have kind of gone this way, haven't they? One player's got off to a lead, obviously. Chung done a number on Appleton the previous match.
Yeah, they were defined, weren't they, by how they started. They sort of, the pattern carried on from those early racks.
Yeah, and it was mistakes, wasn't it, from the other players, really, that helped their opponent get the big lead. Sometimes, you know, win a break, someone might run a 4-pack and you think, well, not really had a visit, but wasn't the case in both matches. Maybe it's us two, Dave. People, pool players will be talking about us thinking, oh no, it's them two. Which one of us is going to win a load of racks to nothing?
Well, he's fluked the 2, he's jumping on the 3. So, maybe this is the chance Hamza Ali has been looking for. Something straightforward, just to get himself involved in the match.
looks like he's going to get his first rack on the board here. All the balls are sat nice. James Joe Giardis from Australia. He's playing Anton Raga. James has won the opening 2 racks. He leads Raga 2-0. It actually says 2-2. I'm sure the screen said 2-0.
It's your eyes, Carl. Happens to everyone. They're long days, aren't they?
Wow, that was bizarre. I'm convinced it was a 0 next to his name. Oh my word. Don't tell Phil Yates, I'll never hear the end of it.
Well, as I say, Hamza Ali needed something easy, really, just a nice, easy starter, and surely he's going to see this home to get his first wreck.
Well, Jeremy Jones at the start of this tournament in Prez, at the top of the show, his pick was Skylar Woodward for the tournament. Woodward's playing on centre court and he's losing 4-1 to Lechner. My pick was Filler. Filler's safely through.
Got that in just in time, didn't you? Just as he potted the 9. Yeah, I mean, listen, it's devil's own job trying to predict what's going to happen, but it's boiling up nicely, isn't it? And everyone now trying to get into that 64, and Hamza Ali's giving himself some hope, trailing 3-1.
Also with some hope, Amorotto wins another rack against Ghost. Ghost 8, 7 up over there, so that's going to be an edgy finish as well. This is what happens here on Judgment Day. I feel like we've seen so much, Dave, but we haven't even started.
Yeah, that's right. It's the calm before the real storm.
Yeah.
8-7 Roland Garcia as well against Hussein Maroom.
Yeah, they are literally playing right in front of us.
It's been a long old battle, that as well. Race to 9, do the players feel that's about right, or does some think it should be longer? Is it
as players, we would be happy with 10, 11 ideally. I know it's only one rack, you know, from 9 to 10, but you just feel like you get that little bit, you know, maybe get that next chance of a comeback, but obviously it moves up to 11 in the last 64, so certainly in the double elimination round, no one would ever question that. Plus, don't forget in pool you always get 2 lives in most of the events, so you know, if you come here and you can't win 2 matches out of your 3, well, you shouldn't really be in the final 64. So as I said, from tomorrow, the final 64, 32, 16 quarters and semis will be a race to 11.
Well, things just slightly shifting here. Chang Yu Lung looking on, nice break for Ali. Another result, Roland Garcia has beaten Hussein Maroub 97. Maroub actually scratched in that last rack and obviously left ball in hand, and you could see, he knew he was going to lose. He had his arms folded, his glove was off, he was done. Garcia progresses.
Yeah, under the radar a little bit is Garcia. He's capable of going on a deep run here under cover. Oh, wow. How did he miss this one? Didn't see this coming. Seemed to just maybe take his eye off it, maybe concentrating too much on the cue ball in the end. Well, big news over on table number 10. Fedor Gorst, one of the favourites for the title, is in a hill shootout, one rack, to see who is going to make it through to the final 64. Drama over there for Gorst and Amoroto. Will be Amoroto who will be breaking. This little bounce will help Chang now. As he pots the 8, cue ball will come away from the rail.
Well, the miss on the 6 from Hamza Ali was just completely out the blue.
Well, I stood up then, Dave, because I just wanted to try and get an eye of the break off from Amoroto, and after he broke, Fedor Gorst stood up very quick, and I thought, surely not a golden break. That was my initial thought. It's not a golden break, it's a scratch off the break. Gorst with ball in hand. And as you can see, Dave, everybody has made their way over. Literally everyone in the room is just walking over to that table. They want to see that last rack shootout. There's something about pool fans and people who watch pool, we just love a last rack shootout.
Yeah, I mean, I'm tall and I'm standing on a platform and I'm still struggling to see past the people stood by the table. Just about. Got eyes on it.
Yeah, the one thing we will see is we'll see Gorst walk around the table, so as long as he keeps walking around the table, it means he's potting balls. Well, someone who wished he'd have potted a ball was Hamza Ali. I didn't see that miss coming.
No, they're the worst sort of errors unforced, aren't they? You know, there are difficult shots along the way. Obviously, things can go wrong, but he just was motoring. Actually, he was looking good, but it all went wrong. 4-1 then to Chang Yulung. We'll keep eyes on that Gorst match as well. There's a lot of people gathered around that table against Amoroto, but this is rack 6 here.
Yeah, because we're in the arena and we're on a quite high platform, we are guilty of taking our eyes off the main table, especially when there's big storylines happening, big matches. So even though you can't see the Gorst table, we'll bring you the action radio style. Chang Yulung playing safe, unless he's found the gap. Be a good shot. Well, Dave, Gorst is still at the table. I think he's potted 1 ball, maybe 2. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to just take my headset off. I'm going to just have a walk over and see how easy the split is.
Okay, report back. Well, this match, that interesting phase, isn't it? Hamza Ali will feel he's thrown a rack away, but still within range. He's only 3 behind. It's early days. Carly's returning. We'll find out what the news is from our on-scene reporter. Let's find out what the verdict is from our man on the spot.
Okay, I'm back. I've been out there. I had to stop for a second. I didn't want to run across Raga shot the 9. So, basically, Fedor Gorst had 4 balls left. He was on the 6th ball. In practice, he would pot them 100 out of 100. The only thing I would say is the 8 balls at the top end of the table, the 9's around the spot where it usually lands, you know, around the racking area, so you may have to play a good positional shot from the 8 to the 9. Not a difficult one, but one where you don't want to leave yourself that 50 yard line pot, and believe me, it is packed around that table. And the other thing I've learned is I need to get back in the gym, Dave, because I'm struggling to breathe.
Yeah, no, you may. You have quite a speed down those stairs. It's a bit slower up them, but anyway.
He's on the 7 ball. The 7 ball's easy. It's all about where he gets the cue ball for the 8. That is obviously the Fedor Gorst match. What's happening here anyway, Dave?
Well, he's taken a lot of knee, but he's left a sitter, so trying to make something happen. Certainly, I mean, it's not over yet, but if he does lose Ali, it started in that last rack. Okay, he'd gone 3-0 down, but he was starting to fight back, and he was looking for all the world like 3-2. Just missed that 6, and it was one of those, he knows he just shouldn't have missed it. Simple as that, really. Hard not to be affected by it the next time you get a chance.
Yeah, I had a quick look on the YouTube video there. For some reason people think Fedor Gorst has been beaten. He hasn't been beaten. He's at the table and he's played a shot to get on the 9. I don't know how easy he's landed on the 9 ball, but Fedor Gorst versus Kyle Amorotto is 8-8. Gorst is at the table. Well, do you know what? I think he's got a little thin one, Dave, because he's looking at the potting angle. Can you see the cue ball?
I can't. Yeah, I'm trying to find an angle between us. I can't see the 9 at all.
Well, he's not got down and potted the 9 just yet, so he's definitely not straight on the 9. And he's come round the opposite side of the table to look down the line of the potting angle. He's actually cueing over the top end of the table, so I think he's got a thin 9. He's potted it. Fedor Gorst with a big cheer. He's through to the final 64. Gorst 9 and Amorotto 8.
Wow, at the absolute death. At the absolute death, Fedor Gorst survives. Meantime, Chang Yulong just acknowledging he got a bit lucky there with that flick on the 5.
Yeah, and Fedor Gorst was sat in his chair with his head in his hands. That just shows you how much he was feeling the pressure on the final rack. He's got the job done though. He's got his name in the hat.
Well, let's sit down and focus now fully on this match. We wanted to bring you the drama of that. It's worth saying that, you know, the people gathered so close to the table, just amplifying the pressure on the players, creating a great atmosphere. This is why whoever does land the trophy on Saturday is going to deserve that $250,000. There's a lot of pressure to absorb during the week.
Yeah, it's hard to get your head around what it feels like when you're playing a match and I don't know, maybe there's 20 people watching, and as the match comes near the end, all of a sudden there's about 100 people. You think, well, where were you lot at the start of this match? Cheers for coming over right now. But
descending like vultures.
Yeah, but that's something you have to deal with if you're a professional pool player. That is the way it's set up. And that's why it can be very difficult, and that's why you do see players let out a lot of emotion.
Well, the ball Ali missed in this rack was much more difficult than the one in the last, but the last was, you feel, the key one. And Chang Yulong, again, very solidly has taken a 5-1 lead, and concern now for Ali, for sure.
Yeah, 5-1.
I like the look of Chang tonight, though. He's just been very solid. He's gone on with what he's doing, ignoring all the ballyhoo going on elsewhere in this arena, not interested in the other matches, quite rightly. Darren Appleton 3-3 in his match with Patrick Gonzalez. On the main table, 5-2 Lechner over Woodward now. Pierre Phil has won the first against Hunter Lombardo. John Morrow trailing 5-4. There's a lot of action still to be concluded tonight. Credit as well to Brendan Moore, the tournament director, who's scheduling all these matches, finding tables for them, letting the players know, of course.
Yeah, dry break, unless the one gets flicked in, which it didn't. Well, this is not an easy position. Where do you roll out to? You can play the push, but doesn't look very inviting, does it, the push out?
Push.
You heard him say push. You must call the push. If you don't, it's a foul, ball in hand. Bit of a strange one. Did he push out to there and then Chang Yulong put him back and he gets down and pots the one? Is that what I've just seen?
Yeah.
Okay. Answers on a postcard. Played safe, of course. Yeah, cue ball's okay. He's not happy with that, but I'm sure if he was stood behind the white ball, he would be. first flicked the ball, send the cue ball round the table. He's played it soft instead. Karen, pot the 3, that's what he's attempting, that's what he's got. 2 balls not really landed in a good place though. Even if he went for the bank, how'd you get on the pink 4? He's got the hook. A couple of options here. The jump shot. The only problem with the jump shot is after you've potted the ball, you've got issues on the pink 4, but you could actually go rail first here. He's not doing though, he's going for the short cue. Miscue. No miscue. Didn't really like that shot though. I thought rail first offered more, percentage wise anyway. Hamza Ali won't care, he'll just be happy to get ball in hand.
Well, Chang's been good value for this lead, but sort of middle part of the match will tell us much about whether Hamza Ali can get back into it. Starts here. Has to start here for him.
Very much like the Albin Ocean and Chua match, this similar things are happening. It's uncanny, really.
It's like it's a sort of continuation almost.
Yeah, maybe it's the table. Raga is flying. He's now 6-2 over Georgiadis. Billy Thorpe has took a lead over Jeremy Sosi. That battle of the Americans, 4-2. That's a poor safety from Changi Long.
Yeah, Skylar Woodward's getting back a little back into the match there. 5-3. Legner's just missed the 1 after Woodward came up dry off the break. That's on the main table, of course. Well, he just can't get in. She can't get in, Hamza Ali. It's another chance.
struggling. Pia Filler is well underway in her match. It's 1-1 into Lombardo. Be a good story if Pia Filler rather would go on to win that match, and as she's the only female in the event and qualify for the final 64. Yeah, we know Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, defending champion, is safely through to the 64 stage. Well, the man he beat in last year's final, he's out there now. Mohamed Soufi, 4-3 up against Chang Junlin.
So as solidly as Chang's played, just too many mistakes from Hamza Ali so far, including a couple of misses in this rack. And Chang really just having to mind his work here, keep things simple, and surely going to win this match. 2 balls from 6-1.
Yeah, very healthy lead in a race to 9.
Yeah, just sort of feeding off scraps a bit. That's not to underplay his performance, but he was given the opening, he's made the most of it. 6-1, and Hamza Ali, maybe not surprisingly, just leaving the arena. One of those sort of get your head together moments for him.
Yeah, I think while he takes a timeout, I'm going to take a timeout myself, Dave.
You're going to get your head together, Carl.
Well, I'm going to go to the bathroom.
Well, we'll pick up, of course, when Hamza Ali, and indeed Carl, returns. Well, I think we can show you on screen shortly the latest scores in what is a crunch evening here in Jeddah. There you go. As I say, on the main table it's tightened up. Lechner now 5-4 over Woodward. It was 5-1. As we know, it's 6-1 here. Chang Yulong over Hamza Ali, just waiting for Ali to return. Pia Filler now 2-1 against Hunter Lombardo. David Alcaides won the first there. Ignacio 4-2 up. Gonzalez 4-3 up on Appleton. Raga now 6-3 up. And there's still a couple of matches to come as well after these. Still waiting for Hamza Ali. Hope he's remembered his pass, because if he hasn't, he won't be getting back in.
Yeah, it's not easy to get back in without a pass here. Rightfully so.
Doesn't matter if you got your shirt on and your cue, you've got to have your pass. Now we can see some of the outside tables here.
Do you know what? When I went down to look at the Ghost table, I noticed a massive kind of railway track, if you like, with a camera on. Have you seen that, Dave? And I wondered, what footage is that being shown on? Because I've not seen it yet, but this is actually it. This is a moving camera. Welcome to day 3 camera.
Yeah, well, I think this, I mean, it's a shame we didn't sort of get this earlier on when the finishes were coming, but it shows you the intimate atmosphere down there.
That is Mickey Krause, who's just to the right of the screen, queuing up on that red 3-ball. And in the distance is Basar Spahiu. He's playing out there as well. That really is a wonderful camera angle, isn't it? That's the action. Six tables in the arena. Just in the very far corner, Pia Filler is playing Hunter Lombardo. Lombardo is breaking.
Well, I can tell you Ali's back now, so as we just drop it on table 2, there's Sufi 4 each with Chang Junlin, but we're ready to restart on table 1. 6-1 to Chang Yulong. It's quite a long break for Hamza Ali. Let's see if it's made any difference. If we can get back in time for the break. Just about.
I just don't know if I can cut the 1 ball in, you know. Well, he couldn't, but he's got second best prize. Looks to be fairly deep in the pocket as well, so when he goes off the left hand side rail, he could do with just catching another rail first before potting that one ball. Hit the one ball full on the way through. That means the cue ball's never going to come back down the bottom end of the table. Chang Long with a shot at the blue 2 here. Played it in the corner because he felt that was the only way he could get position for the red 3. Well, just as I looked up then after he missed that shot, I just glanced at the table of Darren Appleton. It's currently 5-4. I've been watching Darren Appleton play pool. Gosh, I don't know if I want to say. Probably 25 years. He's just played the worst shot I've ever seen him play. He was at the table, all the balls were in the open, and he just had to follow the ball through. I think he was trying to pinch a bit of the pocket, and I've just seen the cue ball just go straight in the pocket after it. He's still well in that match though, because as I said, it's 5-4. He's playing Patrick Gonzalez from the Philippines. Woodward's back in the match. He was trailing Lechner. It's now Lechner 5, Woodward 4. Seemed to be a better strike. He would have liked it to come back a little bit more though. It's thin, and the cue ball looks to be going towards the brown 7, doesn't it? That's the problem. Yeah, he's canning it into the brown.
Yeah, good shot, bearing in mind some of the balls he's missed tonight. He hasn't got there.
I might start chanting, "Are you Albion Ocean in disguise?" This is just exactly what Albion was doing, having opportunities and then just playing loose shots, really.
Yeah, it's a carbon copy, isn't it, of the first match?
Good match happening on table 15. I don't think we've mentioned this. It's currently tied at 3-3. Former world champ Niels Fire against James Aranas. Obviously Aranas is the teammate of Johan Chua, who's made his way through to the final 64, beating Ocean.
Well, got the double kiss. So what a gift for Hamza Ali. You still feel he's sort of just hanging on, really, but got to take it rack by rack, I guess.
Yeah, he's hanging on, but he's not giving us any indication that he's going to kick on here.
Yeah. I mean, he's had to be set up, hasn't he? Like in a sort of perfect position.
Yeah, that's better.
Well, yeah, okay, needed some help, but yeah, as I say, he's got to take it back rack by rack. He needs to improve if he's going to win. That's obvious, but he's still in there, 6-2. The All-American match, Billy Thorpe, Jeremy Sose, 5-4 to Thorpe. Lechner now 6-4 over Woodward on the main table. Sufi 5-4 over Chang John Lin. There is another match to come actually on table 1, which is a bonus for all you were watching on streaming. It's Al Gamdi versus Alnar, so that will come after this match.
Yeah, Al Gamdi, one of the local players, one of the young guns, 18 or 19 I think he is, years of age. Okay, can Hamza Ali try and do something Albion Ocean didn't here on this very table? Can he try and forge a comeback to stay in this year's championship? George Yardis has won a couple of racks. He's now got himself on 4. He's playing Anton Raga. Raga's on 6. Wojciech Shevchek, he's out there playing. He's playing Shane Wolford. It's Wojciech 5, Wolford 2. Well, the balls didn't seem to move anywhere then. Peter Filler, he's 3-2 up on Hunter Lombardo.
Well, as you can see, finished very close to the 1, but there's a lot of cover here to be found. Behind all these balls, he almost couldn't fail really to cover the 1 somehow there.
It's close.
Darren Hamilton in a bit of trouble now, 7-4 down to Patrick Gonzalez.
Yeah, I've not seen much of Darren at the table since he did that scratch. Whenever you're in a match like that, you've just got to try and keep your opponent off the hill. That's what Darren will be thinking. He's got all the experience in the world. You know, he's won so much on the pool table, a variety of pool tables as well, all around the world. I think the main thing for Darren is he's back in the arena. Obviously a huge health scare just over a year ago. Actually lucky to be alive. But before that, he was struggling with his game. He was low on confidence. So he's just trying to build the game back up. Winning breeds confidence. It's as simple as that. If you're not winning matches or tournaments, it is hard out there. When you're not breaking well with this break format, when that one's not going in the side and the balls are moving, this is what can happen as well.
Yeah, once again, I mean, the cover was guaranteed really. So many balls in that section of the table.
Can get this way. A little bit of right English. No, 8 ball first, so that's a foul. Ball in hand.
wary. See, nudging into balls, what could happen there, but he's okay. I'm sure he feels he should win this match. He's been the better player. He's had a lot of chances, and he may well get a few more. Getting close to that pocket. Is he going to be covered? Not quite. Oh, that pocket again. We've seen a few stay out there. He seemed to catch it well, but it's not dropped. So even though he's been by far the better player, he's just not quite pushing on. Just throwing another lifeline to Hamza Ali. Surely any chance of turning it round, he's got to start here. The visit he wasn't likely to get, he didn't seem.
Yeah, he does have an opportunity to draw the ball back, but it's one of them where you don't want to be hitting it too hard, do you? Because that's when you see the ball wobble and stay over the pocket. Yeah, okay, job done.
Well, this would be 2 racks in a row for Hamza Ali.
Hunter Lombardo takes the lead over Pierre Filler, 4-3 now that match. Mohamed Soufi breaks away from Chang Jun Lin, 6-4. To last year's finalist, last year's runner-up. Raga, 7-4 up over Georgiadis.
Oh wow, he's missed the 9. And doesn't that sum up his evening? Well, he can almost start the car, I think.
What a shame. What a shame for Hamza Ali. Just when it looked like he could maybe claw his way back into the match, he goes and misses the 9-ball.
Yeah, it just feels like such a hammer blow. This was the winning shot, but of course it was the miss that was the significant moment in that rack. So 7-2, and all of a sudden it's a bit of a chasm opened up again. Darren Appleton has won rack 12, so 7-5 he trails Gonzalez.
Yeah, that's getting to the meaty part of the match now. All the racks are important over on that table, table 11. Daniel Guttenberger and Barar Alawadi, 2-2. Early stages on table 12.
Well, the expression says it all, very deflated, and you can understand it. Just had done, it seemed all the work, just not quite, didn't pot the last ball. So Chang Yu-Lung, a heavy favourite now, 7-2 he leads.
He's not lacking table time in this match, Ali. He's had plenty of it. He's just not converting chances. Not so sure you can see an edge here. Don't know if you can play the 2-rail kick. Flick the red 3 first. Pop the 9-ball in the corner. How about that for a shot? Played it. He's played it, you know.
Ooh.
What an effort that was. Oh, the vision. Had to hit that absolutely plumb. Just a little bit harder, and the 9 would have fell. What an effort. Jeffrey Ignacio is on the hill, 8-3 over Jan van Leerop. Just all gone wrong, hasn't it? It has all gone wrong, chance after chance, not been converted. Well, it's going to be a 7-9 combination for Chang Yu-Lung to get himself on the hill. This match has just felt a little bit flat, really, which is hard to believe because it's to qualify for the final 64, but just the way the match has gone.
Yeah, it feels like you're in a club and the lights have been turned on. You know, it's time to leave, and I think they're going to be leaving shortly. 8-2 all hope really was extinguished, wasn't it, in that last rack when he missed the 9, and Chan Yu-Lung on the hill.
Well, result has just come in. Anton Raga beats James Georgiadis 9 racks to 4. Raga puts his name in the hat.
It's some hat as well, isn't it? It's shaping up to be quite a thrilling last few days, last 3 days, so the action's going to come thick and fast.
Yeah, without a doubt, because you always expect to lose a few players. We do every tournament. We've not lost that many, have we? You know, we've lost Albin Ocean, Carlo Biardo, former winners of the event, but big names have gone through. Darren Appleton 7-6 down against Gonzalez. He's grinding away over there. He's at the table with an opportunity to tie the match up. Well, can Chang put this to bed? Can he see enough of the 2-ball?
You just feel even if it's not here, it's going to happen. Whether it's in this rack or the next. He's not been put under the pressure you'd need to put players under.
For the combo. It's a good shot. He's got a shot at the 2. Chance for the match, this. Especially if he's got a little angle, he can just float down the table. Yeah, he could float down the table. Bumping into the 8-ball. Yep, that shot there, he's going to seal the deal. That was the only hurdle he had to jump over. 3 balls over the pocket. And another big name who's going to come in through the left or the loser's side of the draw and draw one of the undefeated players, Chan Yu-Lung.
Yeah, Hamza Ali has struggled, but Chan Yu-Lung has stuck to his side of things and he's been solid overall. He's made the most of the chances when they've come, and they've come thick and fast, and he will be delighted. He hasn't broken sweat really tonight. 9-2, Chan Yu-Lung beats Hamza Ali, and he puts himself into the last 64 of the World Pool Championship here in Jeddah in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Don't go away, because we have got another match, and that will be coming up with Michael and Scott in 5 minutes' time.
we've seen plenty of perspiration. Now we're seeing inspiration.
Listen to the noise. This is to tie the match up.
It all would have been there for him.
My word!
He's got it!
And me, the shot tournament.
Magnificent, marvellous, magical.
In Jeddah at the World Pool Championship, where the flag bearer for the host nation, Khalid Al Ghamdi, is about to take to the table in his losers qualification match against Mustafa Al-Nar. Scott Frost is alongside me for this one. It's going to be a late one tonight, Scott, but Al Ghamdi has been such a part of the build-up to the World Championship being in Saudi Arabia that it's worth waiting for. He's obviously the one that everyone thought of when we all considered, well, what are the prospects of one of the home players doing well?
Yeah, looking forward to this match. Haven't seen him play a lot. Got to see him play a little bit yesterday. Excited. Hoping that he pulls it through, to be honest.
Well, Mustafa Al-Nar has obviously made a really big name for himself here this week. Had that wonderful win over Fedor Gorst. Gorst had to go through the loser side and just about made it through earlier on this evening against Kyle Amoroto. So there's so much else to keep you posted on, and give you some of the other scores. 3-3 between Bezar Spahiu of Albania and Fitim Haradinaj, who's now representing Kosovo. Max Lechner is on the hill at 8-6 against Skylar Woodward, so the American could be heading for the exit door. 2-2 between Daniel Guttenberger and Badr Alawadi. It's 1-1 between Dang Jinhu and Petri Makinen. David O'Cady is a 3-1 lead over Si Cha Chen. Wojciech Szewczyk just ahead of Shane Wolford at 5-4. Jeffrey Ignacio is another player on the hill against Jan van Lierop at 8-4. And Billy Thorpe also just looking for one more, leading Jeremy Sosai 8-4. James Aranis 6-4 up on Niels Fayan. Georgi Georgiev just ahead of Francesco Candela at 6-5. Patrick Gonzalez and former winner of this title, Darren Appleton, are level at 7-all. Hunter Lombardo's turned it around against Pia Filler and now leads 5-3. Mickey Kraus 5-2 up on Ahmed Al-Jabbar. So they're having the practice racks. That is Khalid Al-Ghamdi, the big hope for the host nation. And he is a very young player, but obviously that creates a huge amount of expectation and pressure in itself when all the build-up to the tournament. Everyone's been talking about you as the leading home hope, but he looks like someone who takes it all in his stride, Scott.
Yeah, I look forward to it actually being a pretty close match. Both players seem to have a lot of natural talent.
Well, if there's any tension, this is a good way, I guess, to work it out of your system, hammering the balls around as Al-Nar is at the moment.
Yeah, no doubt. Rifling some of these in. Well, as soon as we bring attention to that, he's missed the 9 twice. But it's practice.
I don't think we'd given you a final result on Jeffrey Ignacio, but he has beaten Jan van Lierop by 9 racks to 4. Max Lechner is a winner as well, 9-6 over Skylar Woodward within the last few moments. So, I think Al-Ghamdi has had his practice rack already, in which case we'll be about to start. Still a race to 9 for a place in the final 64. And there is another match yet to start. And that also involves a player from the host nation, Hossein Mustafa, taking on American Oscar Dominguez. And indeed, Naoki Oi and Michael Feliciano have yet to start their match. That's just about to get underway on table 2. Al-Nar was involved in an extraordinary match earlier against Elliot Sanderson. British player turning it around to win after an incredible final rack, really. He had a chance right at the start of it, or at least he was at the table. And he just couldn't make up his mind. He was extremely nervous. He's such an intense player, Elliot Sanderson, just wants it so much. And he was down on the shot for, I'm going to guess, at least 5 minutes. It may have been about 6 or 7. And he just kept getting up and down and up and down, couldn't make up his mind what to do. And actually at one point went over to Al-Nar and said, I can't decide what to do, and sat down for a moment. It was bizarre stuff, really. And in the end, after that long wait, he just decided to push out. But from that, he got an opportunity. And Sanderson somehow managed to hold himself together and get it done by 9 racks to 8. So Sanderson through, and that's why Mustafa Al-Nar is here in losers qualification. Not really sure what the delay is here. There are a couple of refs at the end of the table, including the senior referee Marcel Eckhart, so I'm not quite sure why the balls aren't being racked yet. If there's an issue, you can be quite sure Marcel will get on top of it quickly. Okay, I think we are now going to rack the balls and get started. In any case, Al-Ghamdi is not present at the moment.
Well, he was waiting for quite some time. One of the refs finally gets here, and Al-Ghamdi is gone. We will get into action here pretty quick. Tension's building throughout this room, though. You can really feel it. It's going to be a lot of fun in the next few days here in this beautiful venue.
Yeah, 4 Saudi Arabian players were still in the championship at this losers qualification stage, and 3 of them are still here. Abdul Al-Shamari was beaten earlier by Zhao Griot. Ahmed Al-Jabbar still out there, 5-3 down against Mickey Kraus, so still has every chance. So we do now have the balls racked. What we do not have is the leading hope for the host nation. One of 13 players from Saudi Arabia, joint most alongside the Philippines. So it's gone 11 o'clock local time, but it is a very late night culture here in Saudi Arabia, often the case in countries where it's extremely hot during the day. I think today's been the hottest day we've had so far, and forecasts are it's going to be even more so. I saw one forecast that it's going to reach 46 degrees here in Saudi Arabia by the time we get to the final day. Well, Khalid Al-Ghamdi is on his way back to the table, so we are now going to get started. It's going to be a particularly late night here because obviously a number of matches just getting started around now. But then the draw will be made for the final 64. That all has to happen as well.
Yeah, a lot of drama left. Looks like Al Nar. Pretty good lag, Michael.
Well, you could say that. That's basically perfection.
And, well, he's got the 1 down. Does he have a clean look at the 2? It's close. You can definitely jump it. Notice the brown 7 tied up with the 9. It might have a pocket down here in the lower left, but it doesn't really look like it. He's taking a look at that now. If the 2 isn't clean, he can clearly jump it. But the way he looks, he's got a shot at it. Fairly good start with an open look at the 2, 3 to the 4. Pretty straightforward. Like I mentioned, I think the work is going to be on the brown 7 nearest the 9. You want to keep the left spin on this to drop below the 6. You don't want to flirt with it. You don't want to flirt with the 6. That was kind of like flirting. Looks to me on the overhead like it does pass the green, but really not going to be able to tell that unless you're at the table.
It was at this losers qualification stage that Al Nar went out of the World Championship last year. He's done pretty well in some of the smaller ranking events in recent times. Got to quarter-finals of the FSR Open ranking event earlier in the year, and also the last 16 of a ranking tournament in Italy. And he did make single elimination at the UK Open just a few weeks ago, went out in the last 64.
Yeah, well, he didn't want to make contact with the purple there. Now he's got to come back and forth. He wants to carry an angle on the 6 so he can get up to the 7. He's got to manage this first. And this could be the wrong angle. Notice the body language.
Mentioned those recent results. I think his best year was probably the year before last. Last 32 of the US Open, and was in the last 64 of the European Open shortly before that. So plenty of pedigree for him in the big matchroom events.
Yeah, this is a real poor angle for what he's got. He could come over to the left long rail if he could get just below the left or top side pocket. Now the left side pocket, he could play a real good defensive shot behind the 9 with the 7. And I think that's what he's trying to do. So he's really gotten the most out of that. I mean, you cannot do any better. I'm going to try to glue him to the 9 here, I believe, Michael.
You believe right. And that's pretty much what he's managed to do. So you would have to say that visit was a really impressive effort from Elnor.
Yeah, and let's see if it ends up hurting him that he ended up putting the 7 where he did. It is a pretty big ball. Obviously, nothing easy for a starting shot for Khalid. But if he gets anywhere near it with the white, he could make it. Probably going to use some running or left spin. It's going to lengthen out. Well, he's clipped the top side of it, and look at this. Everything rosy for the native, Khalid Al-Ghamdi. Yeah, this is real tricky due to where the 8's at. You would like to think he could just bank the 7 back up table. Instead, I think he's going to have to clip the right side of it. Try and use the 9. Well, he's just going to go straight at it. He actually hit it quite well, just off the mark. Very thick. Did he fluke it? Pretty quick backswing as well. And nothing straightforward here either, due to the position of the 7. Cue ball going to rest on the rail. He's going to go forward. Possible to catch a point. Now he's elevated. Oof, what a clean hit that was. This shot almost as difficult. Just overcut it, Michael. Doesn't want to catch the 9. So a bit of a patchy start for Khalid.
And yet, he's ended up winning the opening rack. Khalid Al-Ghamdi leads 1-0. News of a hill finish going on table 11. Darren Appleton, past winner of this title, from Britain, playing Patrick Gonzalez of the Philippines. That's gone 8-all. I can tell you, it's got a star-studded audience because Imran Majid and Chris Melling, who played each other on the main table earlier this evening, are both there watching. So is Jason Shaw. And the Philippines contingent are well represented in the audience as well because Carlo Biado and Anton Raga are both watching. Darren Appleton had that 9-0 defeat earlier in the day to Ko Ping Chung, so he's done well to put that behind him and still has every chance of making the final 64. Khalid Al-Ghamdi did get to that stage of this World Championship last year, where he was eventually beaten 11-7 by two-time winner of the World Championship, Torsten Homan. Also got to the last 64 last year in the Spanish Open and made the last 16 of a ranking event, a smaller ranking event in Spain earlier in the year. Played in the Premier League for the first time. He had that memorable match where he was 4-0 down, won 5-4 against Konrad Yasusin. Finished 13th out of 16, which was reasonably respectable in a field of that quality. So that was his year in 23. And that was his first break of the match. And not at all how he would have wanted it to turn out, because he's left an opening for Elnar.
Yeah, and this is a pretty good opener. He's going to loosen the stroke up here, come one rail out. Wants to stay fairly straight on the 3. Pink 4, lowest here to us on the table. Oh, really quick there, a little erratic. Didn't expect the miss. Looked like he changed decisions in his backswing. It looked like he was going to stop it or try to cheat the pocket and hold the cue ball in his backswing. He adjusted to rolling it. Well, we've all done that. Just didn't expect it there. And this is as good as perfect.
Yeah, very early days, but it's funny the difference the first rack can make in a match. Elnar looked pretty confident. Al-Ghamdi looked a bit shaky, but Al-Ghamdi ended up winning it. He now seems settled in, and Elnar looks just a touch agitated by losing that opener. You know, in the fan zone we have just outside the venue here, Scott, there's a pool computer simulator. I saw a couple of kids out there earlier on it, and it's very similar to how Al-Ghamdi got started. Used to play computer pool, but had never actually played the real thing. His father suggested he should maybe try the game itself, and off he went. Won a big junior event in Las Vegas when he was only 14. And as long ago as 2021, he won 3 matches on the one-loss side at the US Open.
Yeah, well, that was a nice hit there. Always a little tricky to avoid the right middle pocket. Now he's got a choice. Does he stay above the right middle or come below it? Personal preference. He feels comfortable coming below the right middle. He's going to dig deep with a low left ball. And now he's considering. Yeah, so he changed his mind, and that's what I was alluding to prior to the shot. I think this is the right play. Just take the longer shot on the 8 to get better on the 9. Tried to come 4 rails, required a little more power doing that, Michael, and in turn, a miss hit.
Well, the first rack, having been dominated really by Alnar, ended up going against him. Could be roles reversed here. Just got the little unintentional nudge on the 9. But he's come up okay. So this for 1-all. And Mustafa Alnar has indeed drawn level in the early stages of this losers qualification round match. Now another Saudi player just underway. Hossein Mustafa has lost the opener to Oscar Dominguez. It's 5-all between Besar Spahiu and Fitim Haradinaj. Badr Alawadi of Kuwait 4-3 up on Daniel Guttenberger. Spanish Open champion Dang Junhui leads Petri Makinen, who we saw in the UK Open semi-finals a few weeks ago, 5-2. Naoki Oi, former semi-finalist, leading 3-0 against Michael Feliciano. David O'Cady going well, defends his European Open title soon. He leads Si Cha Chen 5-1. 6-all between Shane Wolford and Wojciech Szewczyk. James Aranis on the hill at 8-5 against the former world champion Niels Feyen. It's 6-all between Georgi Georgiev and Francesco Candela. Hunter Lombardo was just 1 rack 12 to go 2 clear of Pia Filler at 7-5. And the other Saudi Arabian player still in the championship, Ahmed Al-Jabbar, is 7-4 down to Denmark's Mickey Kraus. And Billy Thorpe, who was so disappointed after playing so well against Moritz Neuhausen and still getting beaten earlier today, he'll be a lot happier now. He's beaten Jeremy Sosai in the All-American clash 9-7. Billy Thorpe will be in single elimination. What's happened here, Scott?
Yeah, I mean, they're both breaking well. The 1 rifled in. He's got a good shot on the 2. And tricky to get to the 3. Do you just come 1 rail towards the 7? Or do you think you can hold it if you're Alnar? He's just coming 1 rail towards the 7. He's caught it thick as well.
It was really at the European Open in Fulda in the summer of 2022 that Gamdy really came to global attention in a big way. Had a fine win over Skylar Woodward and made single elimination, and didn't end there because he beat Oliver Szolnoki of Hungary, very good player in the last 64. He was eventually beaten by Konrad Yusashin in a close match in the last 32, 10-7. But he had certainly made a name for himself that week in Germany, almost 2 years ago now.
So anywhere out towards the center is okay here. As a matter of fact, he can avoid all traffic. If he doesn't overdraw this ball, yeah, and this is perfect. He can avoid all traffic here. 2 rails back out towards the center for the pink. Gets him out of all sorts of trouble.
clapping you heard, I think it's for Patrick Gonzalez, who's in that hill finish against Darren Appleton. Not because he's won, it looks as though he's just played some sort of good shot to set himself up with a good chance to finish it off and get through.
Yeah, Elnar has dropped a little lower than he'd have liked on the green 6. Can he avoid contact with the 8? If he can, he should be able to just come around. Well, he used a nice inside ball, but you could see there from that angle that there was never any risk of contacting the 8. I'm a little surprised he just didn't come around to the 3rd rail above the right middle. Nice strike, that's for sure. He's going to have a pretty good shot on the 8 in the right side pocket.
Yeah, I thought he was just starting to look a little bit agitated, as I said, in the previous rack, but certainly settled in nicely here. This is more like what we saw in the first, even though he didn't win it. So a strong 3rd rack from Elnar. There's 9 to finish it off. A big cheer is for Patrick Gonzalez, who has just seen off Darren Appleton in that hill finish, so another former champion goes out. And here, Mustafa Elnar leads for the first time in the match at 2-1. Speaking of former world champions, Niels Fine is hanging on against James Aranis. Fine has just won the 14th rack to get back to 8-6. Oscar Dominguez 2-0 up on Hussein Mustafa. Fitim Haradinaj leading Bizarre Spahiu now 6-5. Badr Alawadi 5-3 up on Daniel Guttenberger. Dang Jinhu, who we saw playing so well on the main table last night, going well against Petri Makinen at 6-2. Naoki Oi is now 4-0 up on Michael Feliciano, and David Al-Qaidi leads Si Cha Chen 5-2. Heading for a close finish, it seems, between Wojciech Szewczyk and Shane Wolford. That's 6-all. So is Georgi Georgiev and Francesco Candela. Hunter Lombardo just one ahead of Pia Filler at 7-6, and Mickey Kraus has a 7-5 lead over Ahmed Al-Jabbar.
You know, Michael, until you got to the name David Al-Qaidi, I'd never heard any of those names until just recently. Very complex names. And you pronounce them quite well.
Nice to have your appreciation, Scott.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's got the breakdown pretty good, at least confirming the 1 in the middle. 2, well, it's another story. And you can see on the overhead, the 2 is not frozen. Makes it the cut to the lower left corner a lot tougher. Is he going to fluke the 2? It didn't have the speed. I believe he was trying to get the 2 past the 9. I don't think he was trying to run into it. I think he was trying to leave distance. Well, you can come up and down here, or just tap this in. I think up and down is the right move. This is going to finish well. Yeah, depending on what the 6 is doing, he could draw to the short rail, or excuse me, the long rail here, just above the 7. Play the pink in the middle, off the 6. Well, he's made contact with the 7, and as long as the 6 goes, this is all good. And you can see there is a small gap. Pretty certain it plays in the side. Yeah, he's got a pretty good pace to him. A little swagger around the table.
Yeah, still a teenager. 19.
A little straighter than he wanted to be here. He can force it out 2 rails.
This to level again. Lost consecutive racks, but he has taken that one, so Khalid Al-Ghamdi makes it 2-all against Mustafa Alnar. James Aranis is at the table. Still looking for one more against Niels Fine. It's 8-6. But Fine is coming back to the table now with ball in hand, so there could still be some distance in that one. Oscar Dominguez off to a fine start against Hossein Mustafa. That's 3-0. Fitim Haradinaj with the edge over Bezar Spahiu at 6-5. Badr Alawadi, who's been to the last 32 of the World Championship in the past, beating Alexander Kazakis along the way. When he's 6-3 up on Daniel Guttenberger. Dang Junhui just needs 2 more racks. 7-2 now, leading Petri Makinen. Naoki Oi has stretched his lead to 5-0 against Michael Feliciano. David Al-Qaidi 6-2 up on Si Cha Chen. Wojciech Szewczak has won the 13th rack to lead Shane Wolford 7-6. Still 6-all between Georgi Georgiev and Francesco Candela. Hunter Lombardo 7-6 up on Pia Filler, and Mickey Kraus still with work to do to get past Ahmed Al-Jabbar. That one is 7-5. It's 2-all here.
Yeah, another great break. Look at this. Good shot on the 2. The 3 dresses up in the top right. Big chance here for Khalid to take the lead. Starts with the shot on the 2. Needs to avoid contact with the 8, even if you want to come up past the 8. 1, 2, 3 above the 3. If you've got to stretch out with a little outside ball, that's okay. Elevate, just let it go. Don't decelerate. Stay through this shot. Yeah, just like so. Very well done. Gonna have a little stretch here. Most of these guys have several different size extensions now for their cues, as you can see there. Actually, still a bunch of people in this building.
Yeah, nice buzz around the arena, even as we approach midnight. As I said, not just in terms of this match, but with others and the draw. There's going to be activity going on here in Jeddah for some time yet on this Wednesday night, and now inevitably into Thursday morning.
Yeah, just don't overthink the situation. Continue to flow like you have been. If you're Khalid, where he wants to be. I can see why they're talking about him, Michael. 19 years old, full of talent.
Yeah, absolutely, but I have to say he hasn't really done as much as we might have anticipated he would over the last couple of years. When you consider all the buzz there was about him in the summer of 2022, had that run at the European Open, and then not long after that won the SVB Junior Open in Atlantic City, running alongside the US Open. Played 6 matches there, only lost a total of 14 racks on them, and finished off with a comfortable win over the young American Trenton White to take the title. But listen, as we've said, he's only 19. The fact that he hasn't quite kicked on from that yet isn't exactly cause for alarm bells. He's got plenty of years ahead of him, and he's making a pretty confident start to this match now. Looks well settled in, and is seemingly going to race through this rack. Led 1-0 after pinching the opener. Leads again, Khalid Al-Ghamdi at 3-2. Yeah, one of those instances where it was such a swift rack that I'm not sure anything much has changed in the other matches. That said, I have spotted that Hunter Lombardo is now on the hill at 8-6 against Pia Filler. Wojciech Szewczyk has moved to the hill as well against Shane Wolford, 8-6. David Al-Kaidi looks to be closing in on victory as well, just needs 2 more now. 7-2 in front of Si Cha Chen. And, well, now Dang Jinhu has gone to the hill as well, 8-2 over Petri Mäkinen. Finnish player looking to build on what he did in Telford a few weeks ago, but it looks as though his run is coming to an end. Oscar Dominguez has added another one, so 4-0 now against Hossein Mustafa. So a Saudi Arabian player trailing in that one. The other remaining member of the home contingent, Ahmed Al-Jabbar, also behind at 7-5 against Mickey Kraus. But Khalid Al-Ghamdi of Saudi Arabia is in front at 3-2 against Mustafa Al-Nar. And he's breaking in rack 6.
Yeah, so far, both guys been pretty good with the 1. And they're going to continue that. 2. Slurping in directly after the 1 comes 3 rails. The 3 covered up by the 9. And if the 4 wasn't where it is, he might consider a high ball kick behind the 3 and use the 9 and 5 as cover, but with the 4 there, makes that shot really risky. The push out most likely here. You almost feel like you have to go up table with the cue ball. Somewhere where he's standing up there. Oh, I think it's tough to push there. He might give it back. Yeah, I like it more on this side. I like what he's doing though. He's thinking it out. Nothing wrong with it.
Niels Fyen, the champion of a decade ago, has just potted the 9 to take rack 15 and get back to 8-7 behind against James Aranis. And as we were discussing yesterday, Scott, 2 up with 3 to play gives you a false sense of comfort, really, because if the other guy wins the next rack, then he's breaking with a chance to make it a hill-hill finish, in which he'll also be breaking.
Yeah, and that momentum can flip on you in a heartbeat.
And Fyen is already at the table, just itching to get on with the next rack.
So he's going to go to this side with the push. He might get this back. All depends on if Elnar thinks he'll contact the 8. If he can avoid the 8 and get the cue ball over here, well, he'll take it on. He's got a lot of protection with the 7-4-9. Catching about a quarter of the 3 here. I don't know if that's got the pace. Yeah, just a fraction light. Not bad. I don't think he can make it. At best, I think he can only hit it. It's close. Is he going to leave the window? Yeah, and he has left the window. The purple 5 could help him slow the cue ball down. Pink 4 is next. Pretty steep here. Can he draw back and avoid the 9? I believe he can. Maybe even go 2 rails past it. You don't really want to run into this 9 unless you can catch it full. Yeah, dangerous play anyway. Going into the 9 like that, I thought you might be able to pinch draw it back and just take the long shot on the 4. Or excuse me, the 5.
Yeah, that could actually have turned out worse for him, couldn't it? The 9 has come to his aid to some extent.
Yeah, no doubt. How do you even get to this 4? Can you kick 1 rail between the 8 and 9 to the right long rail?
I think that was what he was looking at.
I guess you could kick to the top rail. You'd have to put a bunch of left, or I guess you would call it inside English. The only thing about this is you're hampered over the 9. Any miss hit on the cue ball would be disaster. Now he's looking at this line. I don't know that you need to put much English on this, actually, now that I'm looking at the line. I think it's a safer shot, really, Michael. If you catch the rail first, coming to the top rail.
And now we have a little visitor on the table.
Well, that's Elnar's partner.
Gamdy skillfully ushering the creature away.
He's been through this before. Yeah, unfortunately for Khalid, the situation isn't going to change. I don't mind him going to the top rail. If he catches the rail first and contacts the pink, he could get position. It almost looks like he's just got half a ball to contact here, Mike. He's made the contact.
It's funny, isn't it? We talk about the shot clock and when it isn't there and all the differences that makes. And you saw it in action there, because that was the first shot he saw. He then spent, I don't know, 90 seconds, 2 minutes deliberating about it, but then just got down and went back to his first option anyway and executed it successfully.
Yeah, and a lot of times, though, to your point, we'll see them talk themselves out of it. Well, this is a big shot. He's elevating. He's going to punch over 1 rail. Yeah, so he played to actually drop to the second rail. He did drop down. I think it was a better decision. Didn't have to hit it quite as hard. He just caught it a little thick. Yeah, this is nothing easy due to the position of the green 6, though. He just has to get this down. Oof. Really don't know why he elevated there. I guess it was easier for him to pot the ball. But the 6 played in the left middle. So if he stayed leveled out there, he's halfway home. Instead, faced with another decision. The cross side is definitely available. Watch the middle. He's going to avoid that, but not getting any easier, Michael. On the rail here. He's got to drop down for the 8. Matter of fact, he might just have to stay above the 9 and come on over. Pinch of inside English here. Take the cut on the 8. Wow, this man shoots straight.
Shane Wolford has had some good World Championship moments in the past, but he will go no further this year. He's been beaten 9-6 by Wojciech Szewczyk of Poland. So just a little bit of a tester to finish off rack 6 and get level once again. It was 1-all. It was 2-all. And it is now 3 racks apiece between Khalid Al-Ghamdi and Mustafa Alnar. James Oranis is on the winning 9, which is fairly routine, really. So Niels Fyon put up a good fight to try and turn that one around late on, but James Oranis is through, and Niels Fyon becomes the latest past winner of this championship to go out of it this evening, the winner in 2014. Michael Feliciano has got one on the board, now trails Naoki Oi though by 6 racks to 1. 7-all between Georgi Georgiev and Francesco Candela. Hunter Lombardo still on the hill against Pia Filler. It's 8-7. Mickey Kraus is on the hill as well. At 8-5 against Ahmed Al-Jabbar. One of the last remaining players from the home contingent. And Dang Junhu has won, beating Petri Makinen 9-3. Back to this.
And both of these guys really good making the proper contact in these racks, making the 1, 2 coming around. It's not straightforward. 3 covered up by the 8 down here low. He's gonna have to put a stroke on this ball to beat the side pocket. And it might even run the angle of where he's going to come into these 2 balls, the 3 and 8. Well, he's overcooked it. Looking to slide Behind the 6. Pretty well struck there. Al-Nar looking to go to the air. Well, what a great hit he's made. Bit unfortunate to end up behind the 9. Square contact with the purple 5. So does he want to come 2 rails and clip the top side of this? Oh, even better. 2 rails underneath. Pretty clever. Or over in your part, pretty cheeky. Is that what they say? It's a term they use, pretty cheeky?
Yeah. What would you say in America?
Pretty clever. That's what I said. That's what I was asking.
Oh, I get you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty cheeky.
It's comparable, right? The term?
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. Yeah.
Okay.
See, we're reaching a nice transatlantic understanding on so many things this evening, Scott. I was educating you about football earlier.
Yes.
Real football, that is. You were telling me about basketball.
Well, that was actually a really good attempt. Just came long. Well, no. Real opportunity for Mustafa Al-Nar to take the lead. Both these guys pretty paceful players, but you know, when you start to think about the prize money involved, what's at stake in this match, their pace could slow down some.
Yeah, you have to think if it stays this close all the way to the finish, you'll see a lot of mistakes and a lot of drawn-out racks late on.
And a little quick there in the backswing. Really one shot away, though. If you can get the 5 down, should hold position. Coming around for the 6.
Just slides by the 9, so a simple pot to lead once again. Mustafa Al-Nar makes it 4-3. Hunter Lombardo and Mickey Kraus both still looking for one more. Kraus 8-6 up on Ahmed Al-Jabbar. Lombardo only just in front of Pia Filler. That one's 8-7. Yuki Oi looks to be heading through. 7-1 now. He leads Michael Feliciano. 7-all though between Bezar Spahiu and Fitim Haradinaj. And Oscar Dominguez, the former US Mosconi Cup player, has just made it 5-0 against Hossein Mustafa of the host nation. All this happening on the 3rd night in Jeddah. First time the World Championship has ever come to Saudi Arabia, but it will be far from the last because this is the first of 10 years minimum of the championship being here.
For a minute, I thought the rub off the pink was going to be bad, but it turned out to be good. Another great break by Alnar. If he can just hold it together, this rack. Really going to send a message to Khalid.
Yeah, well, neither player has been more than one ahead at any stage. Alnar with a good chance to do so right here and now. Well, that's not the greatest shot he's ever played.
No, I agree with you. He's a little short of the mark. He's going to have to come short side to the 4, which will also cause problems getting to the 5.
Just one other score to update you on. Daniel Guttenberger has won a couple of racks in quick succession. So from 7-3 behind against Badr Alawadi, he's cut that to 7-5, which has a very different look to it. So the Austrian charging back there.
Well, what a rub off the 9. Actually cleared the 9 so he could punch forward, maybe missing the 8. Got a good rub, clearly, on the pink as well. He's going to come back one rail towards the purple.
Yeah, and you just sense he's starting to get a bit of rhythm and consistency going now in this match, Alnar. Closing in and winning his 3rd rack in a row.
Did nicely right there. Getting the cue ball a little further off the rail. This needs to run. It's going to be just fine.
So never more than 1 in it, either way, up until this point of this match. And that changes after another break and run from Mustafa Alnar. He's playing well here, and he leads Khalid Al Ghamdi, the leading home hope, by 5 racks to 3. Yuki Oi is now leading 7-2 against Michael Feliciano. Philippines player with it all to do in that one. And Pia Filler has just levelled at 8-all with Hunter Lombardo, and of course she will now have the break in the deciding rack.
Yeah, it's funny you bring that up. When you mentioned the last score with those two, I was thinking, man, she has a chance to win that match. She's capable of beating anybody. Got to give her credit, right, Michael, for playing out here with the big boys.
Yeah, and don't forget, Joshua Filler is through on the winner's side, so they could draw each other again if she can win that decider.
Oh, look at this. I think the 2's going to get clear. Tell you what, he's got a really nice break. Every time he's making contact back and forth with the 9. The 1, never a doubt to the middle. I believe he can twist this 2 back in. It's clearly a little closer than it looks to me. Well, he did twist it. Watch out, 8. Oh, and it got him Hard to expect that ball to bite that much and suck up there behind the 8 off the second rail, but it did. Opportunity for Khalid, possibly coming up. Wants to go to the second rail here. Got the double kiss.
Yeah, it needed that second contact, didn't it? Just the slightest graze took it in.
Yeah, so I think he's got to come up and down. I don't know, do you come below the 9 or oh, he's going to play it up table.
Digging down like that, it's always so hard, isn't it? And he's left a chance for Al-Ghamdi. Needs to start taking opportunities. He's not had many of them in the last few racks, to be fair. Got to make something happen to stop this slipping away from him.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Mustafa going to give anything away for free. He's going to make him earn it. That shot there wasn't easy. This, well, it's not easy either. Yeah, just off the mark, Michael.
Yeah, and some sort of chance left for Alnar off the back of that miss. You know, I mentioned the possibility of the fillers drawing each other again. Famously, they were drawn against each other. Winners' qualification at the European Open a couple of years ago. It's now been watched on YouTube 18 million times.
18 million times.
18 million times.
Wow. Well, that was a big missed opportunity for Alnar. It was pretty straightforward. He actually crashed into the 9 unexpectedly. I thought he would level down and draw that ball. Could have played the 5 short side to the lower left at worst. Yeah, like to have had that one back. It's all right, son. Let it go. Plenty more pool to be played. This is a thin chop to the left middle. It's going to crash into the 8.
Can just see over to that Pia filler, Hunter Lombardo deciding rack. Pia filler's at the table. Can't see it clearly enough to tell you what's going on, but we'll keep you updated as best we can.
Yeah, everything went wrong there. Elevating, we see it all too often. A lot of time from the younger guys versus the more experienced. When you can level out, you'll see these elites always stay leveled out. Anytime you're elevating, it's going to give you a better opportunity to mishit this cue ball. You can put unwanted or unexpected English on it. That's what really causes the mishit. It's kind of like you're jabbing down at the ball. Well, you really are. Looking to take distance here after everything he's been through. Feel like you could draw past the 7 and at least get close to the purple. Okay. More power to him.
Big shot this, and if it goes right, he could be looking at a 3-rack lead.
Yeah, Michael, do you come around 4 rails or just 2? Well, didn't go. I'm a little confused. I thought he had a pretty good shot on the pink to get back here somewhere for that ball.
Yeah, we were both a bit fooled by that. But built it up. Badr Alawadi on the hill now. He's just about to break with an 8-5 lead over Daniel Guttenberger. Alawadi winning a crucial 13th rack after Guttenberger had forced his way back to 7-5 down.
Yeah, he's taking a whack at the bank. Speed was okay. Is he playing the two-way here? This is pretty thin. He's going to make it. Yeah, I was going to say that corner's in play. This is okay. Is the 19-year-old able to get a piece of it to the top left corner? If not, certain he can kick one rail behind it. Pretty great contact. Is he going to find the gap? Yeah, this was an excellent shot from where he was. Really good speed on the object ball. Well, looky here. Touche.
And now, Alnar does have his opportunity to shoot at the 5, this time with ball in hand. And he can take a really big step towards single elimination right here.
Ken, you and I have talked about it for the last I don't know how many matches, but you do not want to talk yourself out of good situations. You've played this pattern hundreds of times, even at his young age. Just let it happen. Don't overthink it. Don't overstress. Easier said than done, I understand.
Well, you develop an instinct over the years, don't you? You see the shot, and so often it's the first one you see is the right thing to do. And really, there's no reason for any complication here anyway, because they're all out there in the middle of the table. We saw it earlier with Al Ghamdi. He looked at a difficult shot, and it was clearly the one he was looking at, and spent about 2 minutes looking at other options, just came back and played the first one and played it well.
Yeah, he's going to need a little more out of this one. I'm surprised he didn't elevate there and just come one rail. So he needs to come with one more good one to the lower right. Don't want to overhit this ball. Speed's important. Pocket will take it easier. Oh, well, if you just hit it center cup, Michael, everything is easy.
And that is 4 in a row. Mustafa Alnar now leads Khalid Al Ghamdi by 6 racks to 3. So it's gone past midnight here in Jeddah, and the clock is ticking on home hopes in the World Championship. You've got Al Ghamdi well behind now here. Hussein Mustafa is 6-0 down to Oscar Dominguez, the American at the table. closing in on a 7-0 lead. Defeat earlier this evening for Abdullah Al-Shamari. And in the last few minutes for another Saudi Arabian player. Ahmed Al-Jabbar put up a great fight against Mickey Krause, who of course got to the last 16 of the UK Open just a few weeks ago. The Dane has come through though, 9-7. So just 2 of the 13 Saudis who started out here are still involved. Fitim Haradinaj, representing Kosovo now, he is on the hill in what's been a very long match against Bezar Spahiu. Haradinaj leading 8-7. Badr Alawadi, as I was saying, on the hill. 8-5 against Daniel Guttenberger. And he's just potted the 8 and he's got a simple 9. So Alawadi, who went out in losers qualification in last year's World Championship, has made it past that. He's now into the last 64. He's been even further than that in the past in the World Championship. And has a chance to do something similar again. Francesco Candela of Italy is on the hill. 8-7 against Georgi Georgiev from Bulgaria. And still no result from table 4, where Pia Filler and Hunter Lombardo have gone to a deciding rack. So just half a dozen places remaining to be decided in the single elimination stage of the World Championship. And of course the draw still to come, and that's going to be so interesting. A number of really good players coming through on the loser's side. They will all face someone who's come through from the winner's side of it. You just know there are going to be a few absolute belters in that draw. Gamdi, as you saw a few moments ago, just leaving the table, not yet back. Mustafa Alnar looking pretty tired. He had an epic match earlier on against Elliot Sanderson, ended up losing that. That's why he's still here past midnight, playing in losers qualification. But he won't care how tired he is. It'll all be worth it if he can be around for the final 64. Remember, anyone who gets through to that stage is already guaranteed $3,500 minimum, and then it starts to go up very quickly. Double your money if you win your next match. 7,000 in the last 32, more than double it. If you get further, 15,000 in the last 16, and then the sums we're looking at after that. You consider most of the big field matchroom events, it's $30,000 for the winner. Quarter-finalists here get 27,000. Goes up to 50 in the semis, 100,000 for making it to the final, and a huge prize money differential then, because the winner will get that groundbreaking check for $250,000. So again, it's multiple balls down off the break from Mustafa Alnar. 4th time he's done that in this match. I say check, that's a bit old-fashioned, isn't it? I'm sure it's done by bank transfer these days. It didn't look early on as though it was going to be the sort of match where anyone was going to win it comfortably, and of course it may not be. Alnar has really found another gear. He's played very impressively in the last few racks.
ball's going in quite crisp.
And from what I can tell, Hunter Lombardo needs 2 balls to beat Pia Filler in that deciding rack, which has been going on for some time. I'm just looking at it from a distance. It seems he's just potted the 8. And he's added the 9. So Pia Filler's bid to turn that around and get through to final 64 hasn't happened. Hunter Lombardo the winner there. It's another American through, 9-8.
Well, Mustafa Alnar making a little bit of a statement.
He's playing really, really well now, you have to say, and he only needs a couple more to go through. 7-3 he now leads. 5 in a row he's won. So is Saudi Arabian involvement in their own World Championship about to come to an end? We've got Al Ghamdi with a real battle on his hands here, and Hussein Mustafa 7-0 down now to Oscar Dominguez. So just a few other matches still going. Fitim Haradinaj leading 8-7 over Bezar Spahiu. A couple of players representing Balkan nations, Kosovo and Albania respectively. Francesco Candela also looking for one more, 8-7 up on Georgi Georgiev. As far as I can tell, everything else is now done and dusted. Fitim Haradinaj is through, representing Kosovo now, as I was saying. He's knocked out Bezar Spahiu, 9-7.
Well, let's take another look at this break, Michael. He's so good. He's been, I don't know, but I know he's at least 90% with the 9 in the middle. I can't remember the last time he's missed it on the break.
Well, what I can tell you is he's definitely made something from every break he's had in the match.
Yeah, with the stats you keep, so that tells me I think he's 100% with the 1. Typically, I'm going to remember when or where they miss it. Well, big shot here. Wow. The crack of the pocket tells you it was struck cleanly. Is the brown impeding the play to the 4? Going to the air. And he was about to take the extension off, but because he's going over a quarter of a ball or so, he can get a little more accuracy the longer that jump cue is. Well, I don't know if this is good or bad.
Yeah, I know, it's one of those, isn't it? Could he lure Al Ghamdi into attempting a 4-9 combination? Inadvertently lure him in, that is.
Yeah, it could be good or bad for either one of them. We're not sure yet. I mean, this could actually get Al Ghamdi back into this match as well if he happens to knock this down. Doesn't seem real comfortable though. He really hasn't seemed too comfortable from the get-go.
Well, he was tempted by the combination. Now how's his luck?
Yeah, the pink does play. The top left of your screen, now in the bottom left. He can come through the gap on the 6 and 8. Yeah, very good. Obviously pretty straight here, but that was kind of always going to be the end result with what he had to do with the 4. One rail out for the 6 in the left middle. Yeah, and I think you can just roll this in, Michael. Carry an angle on the brown 7. And that's what he's done. It's making it look easy, isn't he?
He is. You can just tell he's very confident. Nothing seems to be too much of a problem for him at the moment. He fancies every opportunity that comes up. And really, with the way he's playing, it would be a big surprise if he didn't take this 7, 8 and 9 to get to the hill. Remember, he was 3-2 down in this match. It wasn't until he led 5-3 that either player had a lead of more than a single rack.
Yeah, I'm telling you what, we're getting a real good look at the ability of Mustafa. These balls are cleanly hitting the pocket, like he is hitting everything pure. It's not like there's no pressure out there. This is to advance.
It's one of these players we see at these events. We know he's been around a while, played in a number of them, had some good results, but when you see just how good they are, you think, how's he not gone really deep in one of these yet? This may well be the week. He's already had a famous win over Fedor Gorst. And he's on the brink of knocking out Khalid Al-Ghamdi, the leading hope for home success. So it's now 8-3 to Alnar. He's won 6 in a row. Al-Ghamdi was reeled in by the chance of a quick win there to get him going again. Attempted the 4-9 combination, missed it. And Alnar did the rest. We haven't seen any whitewashes in this losers qualification round this evening, and we're not going to, because Hussein Mustafa has won the 8th rack to close to 7-1 down against Oscar Dominguez. That is the only other match still going, because Francesco Candela has finished matters on table 6. The Italian has beaten Georgi Georgiev of Bulgaria by 9 racks to 7. So at one stage we were thinking we might be here well past 1 AM with the action, but now there's a chance it could all be finished in the next few minutes.
Don't say that, Michael.
Not a believer in fate, Scott.
I agree.
I remember Kirk Stevens from Canada, actually, not too far from your corner of the world. He was a famous snooker player. He was a World Championship semi-finalist, and he came out with a great line once. He said, "It's never fate, it's always you."
Well, it's true, and that makes great sense. The legendary Billy and Cardona from the States would always say luck is a residual of skill. Kind of similar to what you're talking about. We make our own destiny. Alnar has plans. Can he go 100% on the 1? Well, look at this.
Well, I mean, you know, if the 1's going to be the only ball that goes down, well, actually it isn't. He's made multiple balls again. You see there on the replay, the 5's gone down as well. So you really couldn't have asked for a better chance than this to see it out. But this is a real surprise. Not that Alnar's playing well, because we saw against Gorst what a good player he is. But just the fact that early on it looked like it was going to be one of those matches that ebbed and flowed all the way, never much in it, and it goes to a close finish. Instead of which Alnar has just raced away with it.
Yeah, he needs to settle himself. That last game can be tough to get. The 8 is a big ball here. I don't know if the 4 goes by the brown 7 in the top left. But if it doesn't, he's got a lot of work to do. He's got to avoid the 8 here. And that needs to run. So he is going to crash into the brown 7. If he even cuts at this, but I think he's got to cut at this. If he catches the thin side of the 7, watch the top right corner with the cue ball. Oh, wow. He's overcut the pink.
And will that be a temporary delay or the start of a famous World Championship turnaround?
Khalid's defense. And to your point, Alnar, I mean, he's played very well. This young man at the table can't be warm, so it's going to take him a minute to get comfortable, I would assume. But that was a good start.
Yeah, and it also helps that the 4 remaining balls are all sitting very nicely for him now. Seems a long time ago since he last won a rack. It was the one that took him 3-2 in front.
Yeah, it has been a long time. Yeah, pretty smart play there. Always going to be on the correct side of the ball coming towards the 8. Well, he's handled this well. He's not going to let Alnar off the hook that easily.
Finally, Khalid Al-Ghamdi gets another one on the board, but he needs 5 more to go with it. Alnar's lead is 8-4. So the only other match still going, Oscar Dominguez is down on a straightforward 9.
Oh
Can
my
you believe he's missed it?
goodness. This is 1 in a million that he could miss. I don't think there's huge trouble. Michael, how much is he leading by?
Well, he's leading 7-2 now. The match is going on not far from us. Just can't believe he missed that. I really wish we had some footage of that to show you, because that was one of the most astonishing missed 9s you'll see in the entire championship.
Yeah, actually, I don't know if I'm glad I looked over. I'm going to have nightmares about it, because that was literally 1 in a million that you can't miss.
As we say, shouldn't make any great difference to the outcome.
But you never know.
You never know, and Hossein Mustafa at one stage looked like he could be heading for a whitewash, so every rack he gets is precious to him, and he's got a couple of them now.
Boy, that would be a heartbreaker. Not rooting against Oscar. I'm rooting for him. But to miss a 9 like that, things can really weigh on you mentally over time. It's late in the day, now into the morning.
Khalid Al-Ghamdi is still here trying to prolong his world championship.
Okay, well, the 1 comes long. Kind of lacked power there as well. Everything stayed low. Pretty good cluster down here with the 3-4. 3-5, 2-6.
Dry break from Al-Ghamdi. Do you know how many dry breaks we had in the first 12 racks, Scott?
0.
1.
1.
Al-Ghamdi with his first break. All the way back in rack 2.
Well, that's complete opposite of the match we did over there with Majid. Wow, look at that stroke he put on this ball. I think they went 7 or 8 racks.
Yeah, the Melling
Majid
Majid match.
Yeah. Without making a ball. Yeah, so I think he would like to come into the back of the purple off the bottom rail here. It's okay if you go into the purple first as well, in my opinion. Yeah, but that's even better. Much better.
Yeah, that match you're alluding to, Chris Melling won it with 7 dry breaks.
Yeah, that's fascinating.
And Majid had a couple as well.
Yeah, truly fascinating. You won't get far in this tournament with 7 dry breaks unless you just end up leaving them absolutely nothing after each one of them. Well, Alnar really looking dialed. You get the sense He's going to make sure these get in.
You see players play well, of course, all the time. Top names, middle ranking ones, guys you've not heard a lot about. But sometimes you see a player play well, and you know he's just got a huge amount of natural talent. And I get that feel about Al-Nar and the way he plays the game and the way he's performed in this match. Amazing to think he's played so well here. Played very well, obviously, to beat Fedor Gorst. But in between, lost a match that most of us would have expected him to win, and he was in a strong position in.
Yeah, well, you can see why he, or how he could have beat Fedor Gorst. I mean, really, Michael, you and I have been here all day. I haven't seen a lot of matches where guys are playing at the level he's played the second half of this match. Actually, pretty much the whole match. He's played solid. Broke very well. And that probably has a lot to do with how he's played.
Well, there'll be other years for Khalid Al-Ghamdi to have a deep World Championship run in his home country. With the 10-year arrangement, he knows he's going to be playing World Championships in Saudi Arabia all through his 20s. He came here being cited by just about everyone as the leading hope for some home success, but he won't be around for single elimination. There's nothing to feel too disappointed about, though, because he's come up against a player who has played extremely well to beat him. Mustafa Al-Nar's World Championship campaign started with a famous win over the world number 2 Fedor Gorst, and via a detour through the loser's side, he has ended up claiming a place in single elimination. It all means that Hossein Mustafa is the last remaining member of the 13-strong Saudi Arabian contingent in this World Championship, and he's down on the 9 now, which he's potted to get back to 7-3 behind against Oscar Dominguez. So still hope for Mustafa. That's the only remaining match going on. That concludes, though, our action on the table. Thanks for your company today, and we'll see you again for day 4 as single elimination begins at the 2024 World Championship in Jeddah. Bye-bye.
We've seen plenty of perspiration. Now we're seeing inspiration.
Listen to the noise. This is to tie the match up.
It all would have been there for him.
My word!
He's done it!
And it would be the shock of the tournament.
Magnificent, marvellous,